Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Amish Earther, Giuseppe Montesano, Naughty Thumbnails, Mitch Kennedy, Original D Rose, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M Iron26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Golden McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Bogey, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Henrik 86, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Tina Baker, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
It was that short clip you did, right? It was like 8 minutes or something. So basically, it's just talking past each other then if he doesn't understand it, right?
Yeah, if he doesn't understand how celestial navigation works and he's asking me why we would put the star on the ground because he doesn't understand it, then what can you do at that point?
Yes.
Not
But
a lot.
I guess we're at least knowing what the problem is, right?
Not a problem for me. I don't know what you mean. I've got no
Not
desire to go
well.
forth educating Bev. Do you know what I mean? If he comes here and spouts his nonsense, he'll have it addressed, like anybody. But in terms of, well, that's a problem. Is it? Is it really?
Well, the problem as to why, we're talking past each other, so to say.
I mean, it's only a problem for him because he doesn't understand celestial navigation. Well, that's his problem, not mine.
And I guess this goes in other areas too, like when we talk to like the ballers, right? Like they don't understand perspective, they don't understand a lot of things, right?
Sure.
But isn't this part of the point of why we're refining our arguments and stuff like that? So that they can understand, so that they can get it, so we can get more proficient on getting this across to people that don't understand otherwise.
You are.
Oh, you didn't get that?
No.
Well, like refining our arguments and refining how we talk to people and try to get across to people information. Isn't part of that like trying to make it more easier for people to understand and to get?
Yes, but it just happens naturally.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. And at times it does seem like some people just won't get it or something, or they just won't see it. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know what else to say to you other than that's how it naturally progresses, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what to say either. I'm just, I guess, talking, I guess. I guess I had to go. But
The
I did
video
watch the beginning of it.
wasn't coming through on Discord.
You get a bit closer to your mic, Roto.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I gotta work on that. Is this any better?
Yeah.
I got to get an actual mic.
Yeah, I saw a bit of QE show. Brian did really well. He's much more patient than I am.
It's hard to keep it cool sometimes dealing with people. Except for Righteous, he's pretty cool.
Well, Witz just continually did the whole
Cool-headed.
Hillary Clinton shtick, you know, project your digressions onto your opponent constantly.
See, Nathan, I mean, this is what it's a personality thing, and this is kind of where I'm just poking around at the nature of the show, the types of people that it draws, and the spectrum of personalities that come with it. And it's like Bev, for example, right? I mean, it's not that, I mean, these aren't people that don't understand how to put reasonings together, right? But obviously, like with Bev, just as an individual example, he did not understand. He did not put the pieces together. And it was obvious when he started unfolding what he thought about navigation, celestial navigation, and what ground positioning is. It's kind of odd that people step up to parry with you and they don't understand this side of the argument, right? Or I say this side of the argument, the truth. He didn't get the concept. It would have been different if he were equipped with this side's concept or this side's information, right? But he didn't have that. I find that odd. And so what Righteous was asking earlier about people coming here and I guess getting it, how do we get people to get it? That's an odd thing. And it's really, if everybody's kind of evolving into understanding what's happened, how we got here, how misinformation has been spread so worldwide, as far as we know, you know, I mean, everybody's kind of got to come out of the hole in stages of knowledge. That's acceptable, right? I mean, we can't necessarily batter or bash people because they don't understand things. But on the flip side, there's this contra attitude towards the whole thing, and it's that type of personality that is not truly genuinely interested in looking at even information. It's their mind's made up ahead of time, and it's a different mission. And it just seems like the mission with some of these personalities is just so this information doesn't get anywhere. This side's information, right? It's just to be contrary, you know, period. And it's that type of personality that it doesn't matter what you present. It doesn't matter if it's groundbreaking aha moments for any other listener. These people won't let go of what they're bringing to the table. And it's frustrating because it is a bottomless pit. And as far as the nature of the show, it makes me wonder the direction. And, you know, I know I'm assuming that's still all kind of being culminated as we go, you know. But nevertheless, I mean, seems like the more information that comes in, like the types of people, that things are going to start getting assigned, left behind, prioritized in different ways. The types of people, the nature of the information, the organization of the show, stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, where the show goes is dictated by the people who join it, though, isn't it? So
Well, Nathan, what do you think about a guy like maybe not necessarily Bev, but
Oh boy.
I know you know what I'm talking about with just a contrary personality that no matter what you say, they'll just take the opposite. They've got something to say about everything you've got to say. Now, I mean, it's a little bit different. Let's say you have a high school teacher and he's just been taught what he's been taught. He's passing on the information that he was taught, and he's never thought to even question the information that he's been given. So he's just going along, passing things along, and he doesn't have he's not a contrarian to any other information. He just is ignorant that there is other information. So let's just say a guy like that comes on the show. He's not, he may stick to his guns and tell you what he knows. If we're talking about the horizon, he'll say, yeah, here's the information on that. And he'll say what he knows. But that doesn't make him necessarily contrary, right? I mean, that type of guest, I guess. Now, we know somebody like Neil deGrasse Tyson knows better. I hope he knows better. I mean, I hope he's truly just a liar. But some people know better. Some people know both sides, and they're in on, that level of truth, that there is a lie at play. And that's a special type of person. But a high school teacher or a college professor, somebody that has absolutely studied the globe information, they have answers for the layman, like what happens at the horizons. Well, ships go over it. Everyone knows that, right? The earth spins, blah, blah, blah. He'll tell you about the axis and all that stuff, right? Detail because he teaches it. But that type of personality is not necessarily, anti what's been talked about here. Might bend an ear to it. Anyway, I mean, the debate to a person like that who's got globe information and how this show can take that and then counter it with actuality. Let's say Bev was a high school teacher and he was really, but if he had never heard that stars represent a ground position, if I'm those ears and I'm hearing that for the first time, and my thought process was this whole time that it had nothing to do with a ground position. That's an aha moment for me. And I guess that's what I was trying to ask you about, Nathan, the other day is the type of information. In other words, like, what would you want to hear if you came to this show? You're curious about this info. You stumble across the show. What are those? Oh, that's interesting information. Or I never looked at it that way.
all the
Just
stuff that
enough
we
of a
have,
hook for somebody to.
everything we get. So
Sorry, go ahead.
when we listen to Brian and so forth, the people who actually do the research, not me, I'm lazy. But that's what I like.
Can I say something?
No.
We when you find this show, you stay. So everything that's being discussed on this show, that's what you want to hear. That's when you're like, aha, this is the place to be. That's how it was for me. And everybody else that comes in, it's the same thing. They come here, and the information that's coming out of here keeps them here. That's why I was so against the whole thing with Jaron and lining up with him and equipping him. No, you're equipped. FED's equipped. FED's going forward because we don't talk about nonsense unless you can validate it. We don't want to hear about it. I'm sorry, Witsit. Don't want to hear about Mickelson Morley. Can't be validated. It's a parlor trick. Here, I said it. You could talk about it on your show, but when you come here, it's going to get hammered. By the way, I'm home in Alabama, so I don't know if my reception is good.
You sounded good.
Hey, Neil, you come to the family looking for a favor.
No. Stick to what you do. Don't do that.
Okay. All right.
Only Marlon
I was
Brando
going to
could
say
do
something
that.
about a cannoli. I'm too far south to pull off that accent.
Only Marlon Brando could do that.
Yeah, Neil, what you're talking about, man, is true. People do come to the show. For the most part, I guess the type of people that would know about Jaron knows about Nathan, and they're kind of in the loop already. I keep thinking about the old
Yeah, but
retired,
that was. Hold on
you
one second.
know,
But that was the route I
merchant
took.
marine.
I was listening. Sorry, that was the route I took. I was listening to Glowbusters, Jaron, and I heard Dave Weiss say something about flat earth debate. Nathan Oakley, those guys across the pond. This is his exact words. I can't get enough of them. So I was like, wow, what is this? And then when I found it, I mean, I started out going there. I started to hear things like, that science and the scientific method. So that's what kept me here.
Neil, you might be the perfect slice of example. Uh, how did you come about this info? I mean, what, Neil, specifically, what turned your head to even consider that this is valuable information? What did it for you, Neil?
What do you mean? How did I come to flat Earth?
No, how'd you come to flat Earth debate?
Yeah,
I just told you I came to flat Earth debate through David Weiss mentioning it, and then me checking it out, and like never heard it like that before. I never heard like every time. Yeah, there was arguments, and you knew your Earth was flat, but people were going to debate, and like the ballers had the upper hand, and it just didn't seem that way when I came here. It's like even though you don't
but
think you had the
Neil,
upper hand,
but
you
Neil,
had the upper hand here.
but what got you to open the David Weiss door to begin with?
Oh, I came into work one day and I was like just giving glory to God. I had Earth is spinning, but I don't feel it, and just glorying about that. My brother turned to me. He goes, "Why? You think the Earth is a ball?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" He's like, "Earth is flat. Where you been?" And I was like, "What do you mean Earth is flat? Are you out of your mind?" And he started telling me about flat Earth. And I berated him for about 2 to 3 weeks. I went after him for 2 to 3 weeks, just trying to prove Earth was a sphere, and I couldn't do it.
But how did you end up to Dave Wise? Wasn't that the question?
Well, I think it was here. Well, like I said, my brother told me about flat Earth, and I started looking into it, and everything was available. Then I found Mark Sargent. I found Glowbusters. I found Jaronism. I found the D-Marble.
I think for me, one of the pivotal channels that got me into all the other FE channels was Glowbusters, because they used to constantly, look at other people's content and promote it, right? Oh, look what this guy did, and look what that guy did, and I'm like, oh,
yeah, it
I'll
was
subscribe,
Glowbusters for me too.
Yeah, and I subscribed to a ton of them, and that's how I got most of the FE channels was through them. But then once I kind of came here, once I found out about this place, and it was because I watched that one debate between like these 3 university students and allegedly Dave, Iru, and 2 other guys from our side, and I had debate in the title, and because of that, and because I had FE already in my algorithm, once debate got mingled in there, Nathan came up, and then once Nathan came up, I decided to give to him a listen after I came, like, let's say after the gym, after a while I came home. I would just lie down, put something in the background, and I would just listen to Nathan.
Wait, how did it come into the algorithm, or you found out about flat Earth debate and searched it?
It was algorithm. I already watched the debate show. I already watched the debate show. It was between allegedly Dave, Iru, 2 other guys from our side against these university students, 3 university students, right? And I had debate in the title, and because I had debate in the title, They entered my algorithm, and as it entered my algorithm, it mixed debate with FE, and it gave me Nathan. And then once I came to Nathan, I just kind of
See,
stuck with that. I like that, and that kind of overtook all the other channels. So I didn't watch any other channel after that, pretty much. But if I did, it was
The
just like
channel's
sparingly. But
growing.
yeah,
Good morning.
I had everything set. I had my timer set for when the show came on. There was 2 shows a day when I came in, and I had my timer set for the Uncut and After show. Everything was set up perfect.
I think I would. Oh, I'm trying to think. Did I watch the live shows back then? Because I remember I'd fall behind sometimes, like 2 weeks, right? So I just won't be watching the backlog, right?
Once I found it, I missed every show. I would have the timer. I would have my alarm set for every show that started, and I knew when the Uncut After show was coming. But like I say, I think there was 2 shows a day at that time, if I remember correctly.
Well, one thing that was nice about the
Good morning.
good morning, just one quick thing.
Buenos dias.
Good morning, Diros. One thing I liked about the Nathan
Hola.
show is you didn't have to watch; you could just listen. So you could play like a video game and just put it in the background, right?
Yeah, I could work.
You could put it. You can just lie down to go to sleep or just get comfortable and put it in the background. So it was like it was nice that you didn't have to watch it. I thought that was a really interesting
that worked.
aspect of it because
That
you
worked
can
for me.
dedicate. Because then that way you weren't glued to the screen, right? You could like move around, do other stuff.
Exactly. I was
Yeah.
a contractor, so I had to work. So I could
Right.
put it on, and I
Hey,
could
so-
work and
hey,
hear
so-
everything. Go ahead, D.
Hey Neil. When you said there was 2 shows back when you listened, was it 2 live shows, or was it like it always was? That's what I had to get clarified from DD Divergent, because when I first started listening to you guys, I used to think that there were 2 live shows. So I used to come on and I see the chat, but it was a premiere. I didn't at the time know how to distinguish the 2. So I used to think like, okay, why is the Discord empty? And then DD broke it down to me. But back in the day, was it used to be 2 live shows for you?
Nathan, how did it go back then? Was there 2 live? There was 2 live shows, right?
Yeah, I was just figuring out which was the best time.
Right. And then when was there any weekend shows? There was never weekends, right?
There was occasionally weekend shows.
Nathan used to go 247 at one point. He never had weekends off one time. It was kind of a relief when he started taking weekends off because I didn't have that much more to catch up with. It was a little bit of a break. But yeah, he used to go 247. He used to have no days off. Don't you remember that, Nathan?
No.
Hey, Nathan.
Nathan don't remember the show from yesterday. Come on, you say Nathan.
That's true, I
You
don't
start
remember the
talking
show from
about
yesterday.
yesterday's show, and he's like, "Remind me, what did we talk about?"
Well, Roto was saying, how do I feel about Bev? And it's like, I don't give it a second thought, honestly.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. But they give you a second
Gotta
thought
leave
and
it.
a third
But,
thought.
hey, well, see, now this is what I think about is the people that come here. The show's growing. People come here and they stay, or they want to know more, so they stay. So what you're getting is some stickiness. So that's good. So something is attractive and it's holding attention. So let me ask. I got a question for you, Nathan. Let's say that I accumulate data and my job is statistics. And I've got so much data, right, that I have plot points that I can graph data. I've got so much data that I can statistically predict certain things. I can introduce variables. I can wiggle this statistics by making something happen, and I can have an effect on people by something I do. It'll only be done on Earth, and I can experiment with it, but it's data. Now, people come here and they hear things. Well, what makes them stick around are maybe some of the ways that this show does disseminate one thing from another. So what's your view when I approach and say something like it is on Earth, it is an experiment, it does have variables, you can wiggle it, right? It's data, I can predict it, I can null it. What do we say to that?
Well, you tell me. What's the first step of the method?
Well, see, I mean, and this is why I already know what you're going to say, and you probably know what I'm going to say. This is more about why people come here. Because, I mean, we know that's an interesting thing I might bring up. It's the type of thing Jaron may bring to the table. Nothing against Jaron. Jaron's a good guy, right? Whatever. We're all trying to get somewhere.
Chill out, Neil.
We all have different motives. However, some people may think data, statistics, variables, it's on Earth, is science. Is it science?
No.
Why do we start classifying things, right? We start separating. It's like, this is science, this isn't.
You didn't answer Nathan's first question.
Okay, well, Nathan's correct. Absolutely. But the reason he's asking that is because he's about to classify what I brought to him into its proper place, which is the right thing to do, which is why I think people stick around with this show, because other shows, other channels, other people trying to get information out don't classify like that. That's what makes this show valuable. It makes it a very tightly twined rope, and it's useful. So wasn't an actual, it was a dummy question, you know.
Yeah, but look at the housekeeping questions alone. That's why I was so against when people would say, "Oh, you got to get rid of the housekeeping questions." What? That's the foundation. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, if you can show me which statistic you wiggle to get me a Lamborghini, then, you know, I'll be all ears. Why did you laugh? Something I'm missing?
Yeah.
So Nathan,
Yeah.
I'm
Well, you
speaking
know, I
of
mean,
Lamborghinis.
some people can bring that type of argument to the table, right? And I think a lot of the population would say, yeah, data is science. What if I accumulated data for a decade, and my buddy did as well, and we're in the lab, and we, you know, all of a sudden we go to, let's say, our government with this information, and the data is about behavior of people. And we tell the government, hey, if you do that, then you can expect people to do this.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, they sure do. Hey, we wiggled this thing over here, and the people started going over here and doing this behavior. They sure did, because we made them do that. They chose, but they did it. Now, some people might call that science. And then when you start getting into things like peer review, well, do you high five your information with my information? Well, yes, I do. High five. Is that science? Is peer review science?
No.
Is the collaboration of intelligent minds science?
No.
Right? So what is science?
But
So I
in the
mean,
physical
then we
and
start
natural world,
classifying.
well, it's classified because that's what it's
Go
doing.
ahead.
So the method exclusively deals with natural phenomena and the cause thereof. Its purpose is to elucidate the cause of natural phenomena. That's science. So when you talk
Natural
about
side.
if you talk about manipulation of statistical data to change behavioral patterns, then you're talking about psychology and statistics. Now, while after the fact, once you've instigated whatever you're going to instigate, you can then do an analysis and show the correlation between what you manipulated, as you put it, wiggled, right, and the outcome that you got. And you can give it statistics to show how well what you did correlated with what your presumed outcome would be. But we're talking about pissing in the wind versus absolute stone cold empiricism. There's a massive, massive difference between the two. Same with medicine. Adam's always disclaiming this. They do group studies and offer correlative information to base their results on, or to base your decisions on. Well, their correlations might very well be very well analysed and presented, but they are just that, correlations, as opposed to stone cold, empirically validated cause and effect relationships. That's the difference. The only reason you'd want to call statistics science is because you have been trained, and I have been trained, and everybody listening has been trained that science proves. At an early enough age for you to forget, but at a young enough age for it to be embedded in your brain that it's proving things. Therefore, when you say, well, my statistical analysis with a correlative study will show that if you apply X, Y will happen to a tune of a 58.7% statistical certitude. Marvellous. Better than 50% chance of it actually happening if I apply it. Okay, that's fascinating. But that's all it is. However, if you rephrase that to, if I wiggle X, Y will happen. Science, sunshine. People go, ooh, really? I'll have 5. Sell me. Because they're convinced. That's the only reason to call it science. There's no other reason. If it isn't. Anyway, I'm going to press buttons. Back in a minute.
See, that's perfect. Now, let's say this. A guy, average Joe, has information like this, okay? And here's what I want to shed light on, or to look at within the framework of the question I'm about to pose. A guy, average Joe, says, the moon is a rock with a core that has a gravity that pulls the globe's curved water tides. Okay? Now, how many steps did that person jump in assumptions by saying those things? How many things are assumed with that one bit of, what they would consider a fact?
Quite a
Right?
few.
Okay? That the moon's a rock, the moon's has a core, the moon
Well, you
has
just released
gravity.
the same list. It's pretty much all of it.
Exactly. But when those guys come up, just if talking about if what gravity of the moon would do on water, then it's catering to steps of Fanta when there are several steps before that are assumed to even talk about the steps at hand, like pulling water, because first, what is the moon, for example? Is it physical? Is that proven? Is it round? Does it have a core? Does it have gravity? Then how do we know, even if it did have all that it would affect water? Would it affect it consistently every night, every morning, every season change? Would it raise and lower sea level? What would it do? We'd have to assume all that. We'd have to show all these steps happening to get to and then just to say that, and then we're in orbit too.
No.
And
You
then
don't have to
everything's
do any of
a
those
sphere.
steps. Just to clarify. Right, and it's based on
Yes.
the same response I gave you to, is this science or isn't this science? So
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to establish whether or not you can figure out whether or not something will have an effect on the tides. But that assertion comes from the concept formerly known as I think they call it the original gravity. They didn't call it science. They called it law. That's right. Right, so the original law of gravity, which has now been superseded by Einsteinian fourth-dimensional space-time, would assert that mass attracts mass. So step one, observe natural phenomena, right? So what's happening? Before you start saying, well, what would happen to the tides based on the moon being a rock that will what? Have its mass attract the mass of the water? That's mass attracting mass. A claim to be phenomena. Straight into step one. Okay, what's the first step? Observe natural phenomena.
See? And that's what makes the North Star do what it does, right? It's going to pull that needle. And because the average Joe was walking around laden with misinformation step after step after step, they have truly stepped up leaps of logic, right? To where all that is sewn together into a misinformation quilt, and it's shared and taught that way, to disassemble all those steps and break it back down to the foundation. Here's where we start, and this is how this erroneous structure was built that you were taught. It's a jagged pill to swallow for a lot of people, but nevertheless, breaking it down to the bare skin first is, in my opinion, what this channel attempts to do to the veteran ears or to a newbie, because I think that's a pivotal, it's where the crossroads is. And I think that's where people start leaning into, well, I can understand that. I can understand the classification of natural science. I think it's a good gateway to get people understanding the fundamentals like observation, and getting that concept that a whole lot of what people think is a mental image versus like breaking it down to something. So prove it to yourself. Have you proven it to yourself yet? I think is kind of what people get to.
Again, you're getting ahead of yourself, right? So you say prove it to yourself. Again, if you're talking about stuff that's occurring in nature, so let's focus on the one we've already brought up, which is gravity. Step one, I'm going to say it again because I'm going to make you focus on one particular word, right? Observation of natural phenomena. Right. You're way ahead of yourself when you're like, well, these people haven't proven it to themselves that the moon's going to pull tides. Way, way, way ahead of where you need to be. Just focus on that first step. The importance of the first step has probably been undersold by us. Maybe that's what the focus of today's show is going to be. Right, step one, observe natural phenomena. Why is that so important? It just doesn't seem like a big deal. Well, because it's not a phenomena until you actually see it happening. You've got to see it occurring in nature. So once you've seen it happening, you can ask, why did that happen? Now, in the case of gravity, no one's ever seeing what they say occur. It doesn't occur. That's why you're never going to see it occur. To ask yourself what was it, next step that you were like, how does this get proven? What get proven? Step one, let's see it first. That's why normally we can hold people to task on gravity by just asking them to show it us. They're
So isn't that why they changed it to a bending of a space-time? Because they couldn't show it.
Me bent 4D space-time. You're not going to have a good job. You're not going to have a good time.
Nathan, in other words, until we see clouds coming down and we see helium balloons staying on the ground, until those two things happen, there's no such thing as gravity doing anything.
Right.
Because there's no downward bias.
Let's put it another way. Imagine a world without fog. Okay, there is no fog. It never happens. It doesn't exist. We never experience of a limited visibility because of a low-lying cloud layer. Yeah. Likewise, you never go up to a mountain and find that it's just high enough to be in the clouds. It's a scenario that does not exist in our world. You with me? That doesn't happen. Okay. It's akin to, in a world where that does not happen, asking why it happens. So if you say, well, why do we on some days have very limited visibility for no reason whatsoever? Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't have used something real. I should have just made it up. Why is it that some days we wake up and everything's orange? Well, can we explain that, please? I mean, let's get to proving why that happens. It doesn't happen. Yeah, so first you've got to see it happen. So if we woke up and every so often everything was orange, you could start asking yourself why that happened. But if you wake up and mass isn't attracting mass in any circumstances, why would you be asking why that happened? So step one, it's not a phenomena until you observe it happening in nature. So if you don't see it happening, you don't need to start asking what would happen if it was pulling the moon's tides or the Earth's tides with the moon. You don't ask those questions if the claimed phenomena doesn't happen at all. If you never see it occurring, their explanation for why the moon does it is irrelevant, isn't it?
So you didn't answer my question. Is that why they changed it to bending of space-time?
I would suspect that the fact that you can't observe mass to attract mass would be a bit of a problem. The fact that you can debunk it by just looking at gas behaviour, also a bit of a problem. So, potentially, Neil, we don't know why Einstein has punted a brand new conceptual medium bending and then had all grades below college being taught that it's a mass attracting mass force, only to be told otherwise when you get to higher education. Now, that has been the case for the last 100 plus years. Why? Well, because they need a force to hold you onto a ball spinning through a sky vacuum at a horrendous speed. You've got to have that force, otherwise we'd all fly off. So they can't just relinquish it, but ultimately describing it as a non-force that you can think of as a force, but is actually a bent fourth-dimensional space-time, and the geodesics of that bent space-time, i.e. the mass attracting mass is no longer the cause, but the uneven distribution of mass is the cause, and the effect is no longer a force holding you to the ground, it's the warping and bending of space-time. Now that warping and bending of space-time can be thought of as the force of gravity, as Newton described it, although he didn't, he was hijacked. But this convoluted gaggle screw of nonsense is all to just apologise for why the globe isn't throwing you off. That's all it is.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ted. Let me just say one thing real quick. My nephew just, he's in college now, and he's taking a course called physical science. And in this class, they demonstrated they dropped a knife and a dime at the same time, and they both hit the floor at the same time. And they told him it's because there's a pull to the center of the earth. So I thought they're teaching bending space-time in college, but yet they're teaching him that there's a force pulling to the center of the earth called gravity.
Maybe he's on a low-level college course. Who's
Yeah, it actually is. It says it's the class. He told me, the teacher said it's going back to when you were a child, the wonderment of a child. So you're not going to learn no equations or anything like that. It's just, why is the sky blue? They try to take you back to when you were a child and the things that you wondered about.
Now, why would they do that to
re-indoctrination refresher course on the indoctrination?
Exactly.
Nathan, today's video, which was yesterday's video, is going to answer all of these questions.
Oh, okay.
It is that good of a video because when they have a model and any part of that model is wrong, the whole thing comes tumbling down.
Okay, so we've got Beyond the Big Bang, Bjorn Ekberg. Can never say his name yesterday either. Yeah, I'll stick a link to him in the chat.
Yeah,
Nobody
just
in the
queue it up
chat,
for the
that's
live show.
unusual. Has the video made it into your subscription feeds? Because there's literally nobody in the chat. That's pretty weird. Usually somebody there. Man, they really cobble us, don't they? The show's about to go live and there's literally no one there. All seems all right. I've just checked. It's connected. It's ready. It's queued.
Let me
scheduled.
open up my phone and see if you show up. Okay, subscription. Scrolling. Oh,
5 minutes if there is a problem.
yeah, nothing. I scrolled by Arwen, but you're not showing up. It's showing the hurricane.
Public, monetized. Yeah. It's actually showing my studio that there's 5 people waiting, so
Yeah, it'll come on when you start it, I
it's
guess.
getting out to somebody at least. Thank God I've got such a decent community.
I think for me, once you start the show, then it shows up. Oh, here it is. I just saw it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's there. Upcoming.
Happy days.
Yeah, I mean, it just popped up while I was scrolling.
Oh, well, at least it's there.
Yeah. You're sandwiched in between Hurricane Idala.
Okay, so we're going to be covering this today. Okay.
Oh, it's going to be one of the top 5 ever. It is one of their own telling you how the model crumbles. How's that?
Oh, right. Excellent. We like those.
Oh, lovely. Just lovely. Rochester, are you there?
Yeah.
What did you want to ask me yesterday? Sorry, I had a busy day.
I just wanted to understand some things about the sextant to make sure I got it right, but I can't do it today. I'm about to jet soon.
Well, I would suggest just watch all the videos of what a sextant does.
I just had mainly 2 questions, and I was gonna share my screen and draw it, and then you tell me if this is right or not, and that's the gist
Well,
of
let
it.
me ask you a question. That's fine. We'll do it your way eventually. But how many videos have you watched on what a sextant is and what it could do and what's it designed for?
I watched a bit of 1, maybe 2, 3, something like that.
Then we're not going to do it your way. You're going to do your own research and you're going to tell me what it is. How's that? Because that's the best way to find. That's the best way to find out, right? Just do your own research so that you own it.
I've been listening to you guys for a while now, and
Stop it! Don't listen to me. Verify me.
right. Well, first I want to hear what you say, and then I can go further.
All right,
there.
I'll tell you what I'm going to say. Go watch those videos.
I was kind of hoping for the Cliff
Sure,
Notes
yeah,
version.
I'm surprised. I only get this stuff because I've been paying attention to what 10th says. I mean, I was asked earlier, what do you want the show? Where do you want the show to go, and so on and so forth from Roto. I'm like, well, it naturally goes there because of people like 10th Man and because of people like Brian and QE who do all the research. Now, I'm vigilant and keep the production schedule and upload schedule and live stream schedule consistent and make sure that the show runs nicely. But I don't do any research, do I?
No.
Right. So you just got to pay attention. All you got to do is pay attention. I know as much as 10th... I say that. I'll hesitate to say that. I know almost as much as 10th Man does because everything he knows is disseminated here, consistently, repeatedly. Therefore, I can take on board what he said just by listening. Now, if you're a member of the audience and you're like, well, just give me the information so I can get it. It's like, well, I didn't get it the first time. With anything. Literally, you name any subject that I cover and win with. And it's like, yeah, the first time I heard that, I didn't get it. Or the second, or the 5th, or the 9th. I was almost there. By the 10th time, I got it enough to probably fail in a debate with it. And then win the next time. So it's just like anything that you learn. I remember when my dad had a stroke, I had to explain to him about how his brain would start rewiring itself because half his brain's obviously no longer functional. So he's got to start getting the other half of his brain to do things that they didn't previously do. The analogy I gave to him was like creating a rope bridge. So you've got 2 mountains, if you will, to take it to an extreme, and you've got a great big valley in between. That represents your process that you're going to do. In this case, debate about something. Well, the first time you do it is the equivalent of you metaphorically throwing one rope from one side of the valley to the other. Now, it hooks after about 5 attempts, and it seems precarious, but you're happy that you can get across while you dangle on one rope. Well, that's the first time you do something. It's difficult. There's a good chance that you might actually fall off the rope, fail completely. Right. But when you do get to the other side, you've completed the task once, and bloody hell, that was hard. you've already got the rope in place. So you throw another grappling hook across the valley so that the next time you cross back again, there's 2 ropes. Now, you can imagine where this analogy is going as you throw ropes back and forth every time you do the process until you've got a bridge that you can walk across without even thinking about it. You put 0 mental effort into it because it comes naturally. But that is by doing said process repeatedly. Or in the case of learning a new process, having the dissemination of the process come to you multiple times is the way that you understand it better. Now, I've understood that for a long time. I'm just slow on the uptake, if you want to call it that. I don't care. But eventually, so long as you get there, does it matter the journey that it took? However, most people are bloody lazy. They don't want to spend the time and listen repeatedly to the same things. They say, oh, I've heard this. All right, well, did you take it forth and win in a debate with it? Probably not. So maybe listen to it a few more times.
You just described procedural memory. Once you learn how to ride a bike, it goes to long-term memory, and that's where you retrieve it from. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Good to have you all. Shout out immediately to James Mays, who says, good thumbs up day to you all. Support the show. Thank you very much, James. Really appreciate it straight off the bat. Nothing like opening up to a super chat. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge that's a horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth? Don't all go at once.
Hello.
I'm waiting for someone else. I always do it most of the time.
Hello, Armin.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
No one's going to answer your question, so
No. Looks like we're going to move on.
it's not
Right,
geometric.
it's not going to be that
it's not
day, is it?
physical.
We did housekeeping almost in its entirety the last couple of days, so I'm more than happy to move on straight onto the video, if I'm honest. So, as we're all warmed up, and sometimes housekeeping just does not go over, and this is one of those days. So the video we're covering today is called Beyond the Big Bang by Bjorn Ek something or other that I can't pronounce. Someone else do that for me? Ekeberg, Arwin. How do you say that?
Ekberg.
Ekberg. Ekberg. There we go. Good enough. Okay, so I'm not going to give it an automatic like, but we've had a bit of a preamble from 10th in the pre-show that this is going to take apart some of the aspects of heliocentric modelling when it comes to the Big Bang. So as always, over to you, 10th. Do you want to give us a little bit of a reasoning behind your choice today?
Yes. It's a model, you're going to find out. And when something's wrong with a model, they have to put a building block on it to explain it. And then that becomes part of the model to explain the previous understanding of the model. And then they mosey on down the road and something else happens they can't explain. So they got to put something else. And it's just these building blocks of that make up the model, not reality. Eventually, if one of them is wrong, then all the rest that you made up to cover the first one all come tumbling down. The guy does a great job of showing the pseudoscience of it all. And yet he's on that side of the argument, but he sees it.
I suspect this will remind me of Wakey's interview with that astrophysicist that did the same sort of thing about decrying aspects of the model that failed without, it's just change the model. And then he reveals that he's not actually on her side, and suddenly it's a big deal because, me decrying aspects of the failing model that is heliocentric to you, a flat earther, is devastating, and I wouldn't have done it if I'd have known. I thought you were on my side and would laugh about how failures just get changed. But you didn't. You're going to use it against me and point out the failures, aren't you, flat earther? How disgraceful. Anyway, that was Wakey's interview with an astrophysicist some years ago, maybe 5 years ago now. It's quite some time ago. Anyway, this is the Institute of Art and Ideas. That's the name of the channel. There is a link going by in the live stream chat. So, as is always the procedure with these things, go to the person's channel and let them know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully leave them a positive comment so that they know we've responded to their video, which is what we're going to do now. So let's get into it.
Of saying there might be something wrong with their framework, the move of cosmologists was to
Framework? Sounds familiar. framework.
say
Is it a logical framework?
there must be something else, because otherwise our theory would not be correct.
Theory would not be correct. What? Using these science words already? Bloody hellfire. We're only about 30 seconds. No, 10 seconds in. Our theory would not be correct. Well, scientific theory is based on validated scientific experimentation that was based on a valid hypothesis, based on an actual observed phenomena. That's where you get scientific theory from. So if you're talking about actual science, you're not going to find that suddenly your theory is completely wrong, because your theory is going to be based on scientific validity. But no, that's not what they're doing here. They're just using these science words, aren't they? Like theory.
So what I would like to do in the next 20 minutes or so
Did I title the video? Beyond the Big Bang, by the way. This is the name of the actual title of the video.
is to show how it is, in fact, possible as a hypothesis.
Here we go. More science words. Hypothesis. That would be the independent and dependent variable relationship, based on the dependent variable being the naturally occurring phenomena that you want to find the cause of, and the independent variable being your presumed cause of that effect that you observed in nature. And the experiment that you would use to give you scientific validity to go on to give you a theory would be you varying that which you presume causes the effect that you observed in nature. What he will now go on to detail will absolutely, unequivocally not be that. And what is that? That is science. He's just hijacking the words because every time he uses them, people nod and think he's proving things.
That in advanced modern science as we know it, trying to follow the scientific method in good faith can be led into a kind of self-reinforcement of errors. And
Really? You're telling me an empirical outcome for A causing B will lead you into some sort of error? No, the actual scientific method, which he will not be applying, just the most outrageous theft of valor in this ridiculous nonsense that will not have any scientific methodology applied to it whatsoever. But he starts off by prefacing his bloody routine, which is all it is, by saying he's got stuff that's vaguely hinted at being an adherence to the scientific method by talking about it. This is an outrage, 10th. You've already got my blood boiling.
Listen. The key, the first key was earlier on, but the second key was trying to follow the scientific method. So
Right.
it means they didn't.
the general question that interests me, why I waded into this topic, is what happens at the very limit of knowledge, where physics and metaphysics intersect.
What? Physics would be the study of the physical and natural world. That's natural science. I've just detailed it as a cause and effect relationship elucidation by way of systematic experimentation based on valid hypothesis based on natural phenomena. That's physics. Where physics, the study of the physical and natural world, meets metaphysics? You mean where your stolen valor meets your bullshit? That's what that loosely translates to.
Cosmology is situated right here. It is right where science on the one hand and religion, or myth, if you will, on the other, bleed into each other inevitably.
No. Empiricism and empirical outcomes based on scientific methodology do not bleed into religion.
And as I will try to show in the following, an excessive belief in the scientific method itself.
There's no belief in an empirical methodology. It's a method. You just have to adhere to it if you want the empiricism. There's no belief. It's in a category error.
What, you don't believe in the scientific method, Nathan?
It's a method. It's nothing to believe in. It's just a method.
What? But that doesn't mean you can't believe in it. I believe in the
not
scientific
belief,
method.
it's application, not belief. Whether or not you apply it, not believe in it. I can believe in it all day long. Will it validate anything? No. The application of the method.
No, I believe in the application of the scientific method, Nathan.
Piss off. Get lost, Darwin.
Can also lead to a kind of zealotry in its own right. Just a few words about how I came to this.
Zealotry, as opposed to advancing humanity. Every single bit of the technology he's using has been based on scientific validation. Yet he's decrying it as providing you with a zealot's outcome. No, empirical methodology does not induce zealotry.
Somewhat unusual perspective. So in my long academic journey,
this is projection. What they are is zealots. Why didn't I spot that immediately? Pure projection.
And most of it did in Canada. I was blessed and cursed, you could say, by doing all my doctoral research and postdoctoral research across disciplines, not inside of any particular one, not inside of philosophy or science studies as so. I was investigating the role of metaphysics in the formation of modern science.
You were doing an investigation into science, which is a very narrow method. Oh, I can't believe this. This guy's just a quack.
But I also followed what's known as science in action, inspired by the work of French anthropologist Bruno Latour and many others, trying to understand how science moves and works as well.
That'd be a short book if I wrote it. Title, Science in Action. First page. You got to wiggle it. Lots of blank pages following. That's it. That's the action. You wiggle it. You vary an independent variable. That's the action of science. If you want to follow the methodology, you've assumed that something you vary will cause an effect you've observed. And then you just vary it. That's it. That's the action. The action is the variation of an independent variable presumed cause of an effect you're studying. That's it. That's the action of science.
So the traditional perspective in philosophy of science is...
In the philosophy of science... No. While philosophers may have come up with the empirical methodology, that doesn't make philosophy science. Science itself, natural science, what we deal with here and what you'll bullshit about in terms of what the sky is the study of the physical and natural world and the methodology used to elucidate the cause of naturally occurring phenomena. That's not philosophy.
That science is about realism versus idealism.
No, it isn't. It's about elucidating the cause of a naturally occurring effect.
Different ways of approaching truth.
No, there's one way of approaching it. It's a set-in-stone method.
But really, science is about doing. It's about producing acceptable research.
No, it isn't. It's about varying and manipulating a presumed cause of an effect to see if it causes it or not.
It's about convincing other scientists.
No, it isn't. It's about showing them your empirical outcome if you have one.
It's about winning funding to do research and so on.
Yeah, that's what it is for you. Yeah? Bleeding the public dry so that you can bullshit them about what you say the night sky is. That's all this is. Because you're not following any methodology. If you were, you'd be laying out the methodology and showing us how it provided empirical outcome, like I can do with the scientific methodology that you're hijacking the valor of.
So on. So science, as I was trying to map out how cosmology and physics work, it's not simply about truth-seeking, it's a production of knowledge.
Oh, is it? So you're producing on a production line knowledge? No, scientific knowledge would be empirical in nature. i.e. the outcome can only be one of two things. Either the thing I described earlier, the action of science, the wiggling your independent variable, either causes the effect that you wanted to induce because you were studying that effect and asking why it happened, or it doesn't. There's only two outcomes. That's it. It's really narrow. Roll on the bullshit from this man.
An industry. And I was trying to map this out across theoretical landscapes, not in any one individual.
Another science word. Theoretical. Almost sounds like it's based on scientific exploration that's got cause and effect reasoning validated through experimentation. That kind of theoretical. It isn't.
Silo. But as you may know, in academia, everything is governed by specialization. And the greater the specialization, the greater the potential blind spot. I had a PhD supervisor who used to argue that every discipline inevitably loses sight of its foundational problem over time.
Really? You see, if you've got a problem, which is I want to know why that happened, all you do is vary things until it happens. There's no losing sight of it. There's just no causing it if you don't know what caused it. In other words, you constantly and consistently validate your null hypothesis. Validate the zero difference prediction result. That is to say, you vary something and it doesn't induce the outcome you were trying to induce. Now, bearing in mind that that's the purpose of the experiment, to induce the effect you're studying, losing sight... Oh, I kind of forgot what phenomena I was even trying to induce for a second there. Why does anybody give these people money?
Time. So he used to say, if you want to understand politics, do not...
Politics? That sounds like the physical and natural world dealt with by physics and science. That would be politics.
Study political science.
Oh, I see. Another hijacking of the word science. Political science, what an oxymoron.
If you want to understand the economy, do not...
That would be the economy. What we got now, we're going to have economic science.
Study economics and so on.
So just economics. So you didn't even
War
hijack it in the
Thunder,
way that I
the
was attempting
military
to,
online
because why
action
bother,
game has-
right? Why bother hijacking it when you can just say science about 50 times and then talk about
So I
economics?
used to wonder, if you want to understand the cosmos, should you study cosmology?
No, because it's a pseudoscience.
Obviously, there's no particular career path for this kind of perspective.
And why didn't you just answer the question? I would say no. Because looking and declaring and then seeking funding and trying to convince other quote-unquote scientists is what you'll actually do in that field. Now, if you just apply the scientific method, which requires almost no funding, then that's what you do. If you want to be a scientist and you want to study the quote-unquote cosmos, then you observe natural phenomena and presume a cause of the effect you observed and see if you can induce it or not. That's it. If you don't, the thing that you varied and didn't induce the effect with is a proven null hypothesis, zero difference result. Now, you can do that indefinitely. Alternatively, you can join what you call cosmology science and bullshit about what you say the sky is, based on consensus, peer review, the action of science, all sorts of other buzzwords like hypothesis, which you've used, theory, which you've used, science, which you've used repeatedly. But there isn't any. There is no science in anything this man will present on stage whatsoever. There will be no independent and dependent variable hypothesis construction with zero difference result. Null. There won't be that. There won't be an experimentation with a variation of a presumed cause to try and induce the effect. There won't be any validation of the effect being induced by a variation of a presumed cause that's then been validated to go on to form theories. But he will bullshit you, the audience, about every single one of those things and imply that he's got them, because they're all very clever science words that make you think he's proven all this crap that he's talking about. He hasn't. He hasn't proven a damn thing. But he'll be asking for funding. On that note, smash the super chat if you want to support this channel. 85 people, no, 90 people watching. Please share the show.
Like across the human and natural sciences, but this is how I came at this.
Right, 10th. Got to take it back. We're 3 minutes into this video, and so far all he's done is get my blood boiling because he keeps stealing valor. He's done nothing to undermine the Big Bang cosmology. 3 minutes in. Is it literally just the first 3, maybe even 4 minutes is just going to be building up the audience by stealing as much possible valor as that can be stolen from science and the scientific method to then launch into his bullshit? Is that what's happening?
Actually, you're going to be surprised by the end.
Not really. I mean, I've got to be honest. That's so far not so
we'll
good.
See. We'll
This
see.
question
You owe me
of
one
cosmology.
when you get surprised.
Okay.
And so, just from the outset, as I'm sure many of you know, cosmology is very different from other sciences in
It isn't science, it's pseudoscience.
a very fundamental way. The scope of the subject matter covers the largest extent imaginable, literally, and it does so based only on our own local place within it. So unlike physics in the microscale,
Physics. Yeah, dealing with the physical.
we cannot do repeated experiments under controlled conditions.
So, because it's not physics, it's not science. Physics is science, right? Other quote-unquote sciences, like biology, do come under physics. They're just dealing with the physical. Now, the physical of men and what happens when what we call medicine is applied is still physics, if you're following the scientific method. Now, you can talk about group studies, Adam's here if he wants to go into that, but that is not science, right?
What did he just admit to?
Not having science.
Thank you.
We're looking for patterns in the sky and single observations.
Correlative studies, then. Definitely not cause and effect relationships. Definitely not controlled experiments, as he just detailed, that they definitely don't have. He's correct. Or turn around in 20 seconds.
Just the scope of the macrophysical universe as we know it is at
You don't know it. You've assumed it with scaling values from Kepler.
least 20 to 30 orders of magnitude higher.
Based on Kepler, you have no idea what order of magnitude anything is about based on how much volume you've got of the sky. So you're telling us how colossal the amount of stuff that you're dealing with is. You don't know how big the deal you're dealing with. You're only basing it on Kepler's scaling value assumptions for these sizes to give us these orders of magnitude.
Higher than the lowest scale of theoretical physics at the micro level. So this means there's practically no accessible part of the universe where we can...
Where's that juxtaposition? theoretical physics at the macro level, did he say, or micro level? Well, that's not physics, is it? You're talking about bullshitters in mathematics. Well, how does that directly relate to the physical reality with that one ham-handed segue? It doesn't, for anybody who's paying attention. Now, for the rest of the audience who've just listened to him bark out a few science words for 3 straight minutes, they're going to be utterly convinced that whatever he says from this point forward is valid and true.
Can do manipulations, and the timescales involved are also millions of times longer than any human life. So all
says you, based on Kepler's scaling. Again, the audience is just going to nod because he's talked about science and used a few science words. So nod, nod, nod. Oh yeah, longer than our life. How do you know? You don't.
of this obvious limitations, and it's possible to question already here, based on this, how cosmology could be a science at all. I mean, you could turn this around and say it's quite impressive that we can do anything at all and make any kinds of predictions from the extremely limited region of space that we're in.
So prediction in scientific terminology is called a hypothesis. It predicts the cause of an effect. So it's a suppositional statement that is yet to be validated that contains the antithesis of the prediction. That's a lot of words. What does that mean? It means that you see something happening and you go, I think this causes it. That's called an alternative hypothesis. I think this causes that. That, as a statement, is an alternative hypothesis. A scientific prediction, as he's just used that word. It contains the antithesis of that prediction. That's called a zero difference result prediction, also known as a null or null outcome. No outcome, zero difference. The null outcome is the opposite of what you state. If you think A causes B in your alternative, or this causes that, as I phrased it earlier, then your null prediction is this doesn't cause that. So that when you go forth and experiment, that's the actualization of your scientific prediction. You vary this and see if that happens. And if that doesn't happen, you validate, that's prove, your zero difference result. Your prediction that A, or this, wouldn't cause that. Well, that's proven true when it doesn't cause it. That's a scientific prediction. Again, a little bit more stolen valor when he talks about predictions, because he's going to base it on correlative studies, as he's just exclaimed, but then tell you that it's prediction-based. No, it isn't. Total lie.
That's visible. And how we can even measure it with some kind of confidence.
Measure what? This massive scale that you got from Kepler?
So just to consider the scale for a second. To measure distance in space...
You don't. You get Kepler to give you scaling values.
We use certain light phenomena in the sky that...
No, you don't, because the light phenomena is going to have a speed of light attached based on Einsteinian conceptual mathematics.
We figure are quite precise.
No, they're not. I've just debunked them in 2 breaths.
And we use them to guide us.
Guide you? I thought they were measuring. Notice how the words subtly change halfway through his description. Seconds earlier it was a measurement. Now it's a guide. I see. So 1 minute I've got a tape measure with nice little notches on it, measuring things. The next minute I've just got a stick that's roughly a yard long for my meter measurement that I need to make. Oh, it's just a guide now, is it? I see.
And so in order to measure space, we need...
Why did he stutter? You know, when we highlight the stutters of our opponents, that's why. I already highlighted why he stuttered. It's for the reasons I gave before he stuttered.
Need a theory and confidence that this
not a measurement if it's a guide, is it?
Theory is universally applicable. So what it means is that cosmologists don't simply observe and measure distances.
They don't measure anything.
They interpret them in dependence on the model they use to calculate this distance.
Boom! So you're not measuring jack.
So there is, this is something I've written about elsewhere, but there's a self-reinforcing...
Why not say it like it is? So we're not measuring anything, we just bullshit about it, based on stuff that we've already assumed.
Dynamic at work here, where actually the further out in the universe you go, the more model-dependent you become.
No, again, you've got this juxtaposition between fantasizing about what your conceptual model will do and traveling physically out into what you describe as the universe. No, what you're doing conceptually and mathematically is traveling out into your model and describing mathematically what will happen in your model, and then calling that the universe, calling that cosmology, calling that the world, calling it physics. It isn't.
So try to run these calculations with a Canadian physics professor
Calculations. There you go. He's disclaimed it himself. Still has to be honest.
that I collaborate with, and we found that, you know, when you get very, very far into the observable universe,
You're not moving into the observable universe when you do your calculations in your model. Again, just misleading the audience. It's a bait and switch. It's a little switcheroo before your very eyes in the same breath.
the difference between models can mean 25 to 50% difference in what the scale and the size is.
With reality. So what if the model's off? It could mean up to 50% off in reality. Bollocks.
How far apart galaxies really are depends on the model you use.
No, it does not. The model and its depiction of how far the galaxies are apart will be solely dependent on the model and what you're showing, and what happens in that model and what you're showing only exists in that model and what that model shows. It is absolutely devoid of any connection whatsoever to reality, because it's not reality. This has got a very specific definition. It's a fallacy. It's called the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, otherwise known as a reification fallacy. To take that which is not concrete and infer that it is the physical reality you live in. The example given under the definition of a reification fallacy, or the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, is the map is not the terrain. Well, this model is not the world. It does not have any bearing on my physical reality. If it did, I'd be dealing with physics, not conceptual models.
Now, this is rarely discussed because scientists have more or less agreed to just use only one model. So we are left with, you know, remarkably precise numbers for distances.
Really? So that's based on science agreeing? Because it's no longer a methodology that they don't adhere to. Science is now, by his language, become whether or not men agree. And in this instance, they agree on certain maths that is the world based on the model that they've all agreed on. So they've all agreed on the reification fallacy that they'll employ. No, this is definitely not science, but now it is linguistically. Shout out to Jardo, who says, I vote that 10th man gets the sack from presenting videos. We're all dying of boredom. All those who agree, type number. Then he doesn't give a number in the super chat. So we've got people going A, 0, pi, 4, 66.7. Nobody knows what number to type. And nobody knows what the number they do type means, Jardo. So that fell on its arse, really. But there's 95 people watching, so I'm very grateful regardless. And smash the super chat. More. Thank you for the support. I really appreciate it. I'm even going to give it a love heart. So thank you for the support. I don't find this boring. The fact that it's got my blood boiling, I would hope actually has enthused the audience into listening to 10th Man's very valid point for playing this. The point is he's decrying aspects. Now, he's not decrying it so we can take it and go, look, here they are admitting it. He's decrying it in the same way, as I said, with Wakey Wakey's astrophysicist. It's apologetics. Oh, yeah, well, we were well aware of those failings with the model. Doesn't mean the world's not a sphere flying through a vacuum. Us scientists already knew that. It's not like you're telling us that we don't know about our failed model. That's the attitude. Hello, Quantum Eraser. I've just woken up. Leave me alone.
What? I had to come off mute. Just wait a second. You got me now?
Yes.
You misread his super chat. He said type a number.
A number? Like a contradiction in terms with English and mathematics?
Just type a number. Any number.
Oh, as in just type any number. And
yes.
That means you're bored of watching this. Have you been watching?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Are you bored?
No.
And this model is called the standard model of cosmology, sometimes known as the concordance model or the lambda CDM model.
Concordance model? I've never heard it called that before. Anybody else ever heard of that? Type 1 in the chat if you've ever heard of the concordance label for the heliocentric exploded view that he just gives you on screen a second ago. Or it's on screen now, but smaller. Anybody heard of concordance? I know QE's going to go, yeah, obviously.
No, I haven't. But tell them what land of CDM means.
I've heard of it. I don't know what it means, but I have heard of that. Unlike concordance.
Yeah, it's the cold dark matter.
Right. Yeah, that one's familiar enough for me to go, no, I recognise that. But when I hear something that I've never heard before in terms of a label for heliocentrism, concordance, okay. That's something I'll have to
Same
look.
thing.
Oh,
Currently,
okay.
the concordance model is the lambda CDM.
Oh, okay. That's the shortened, nicer name for it. Okay, I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. Thank you, Adam, by the way.
Well, I'll just put a question on that.
Mumble. One more time.
Can't unmumble. I got monster munch in my mouth.
Thank you for that.
The idea of the Big Bang, and that's easy enough to understand.
Idea? Well, there was me thinking it was science. The idea of it is easy to understand. Sure, just like the idea of unicorns is easy to understand.
And this might be a reason why this idea has been able to capture the imagination of 3 generations already.
Sorry, is that what we're doing? Capturing imagination? My God, this guy. I see why you wanted this now, 10th. Now that we're 6 minutes in and my blood's starting to calm down and cool down.
But the standard model is like actually quite a complicated structure. So been working to map this out. This is one way to represent it. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the childhood game Jenga.
Did he really just label this bullshit stacked on top of each other like a kid's game of Jenga? What, like you push one block out and the whole thing comes collapsing down? Yeah, yes. I think that's a fair analogy. I mean, Wakey, and the second mention on one show, he once used the analogy for the heliocentric model, right? Which I love. I like this analogy. As being a globe that as you approach it, it looks really solid. It looks like it's got a lot of heft and weight to it. But as you get even closer, you realise that it's actually like newspaper. You can see like little print bits sticking out of it and stuff. And you're like, hang on, is this papier-mâché? So you touch it to see if it's papier-mâché. And without even trying, your finger goes straight through the paper. And you go, oh my God, I've damaged it. What's going on? And you go, it's not solid at all. So you peer through, and when you look through the papier-mâché ball, not only is it completely hollow, there's a couple of people on the other side looking through at you. And they've also done it. They've poked their finger through. And you're like, hello. Check it out. It's completely hollow in there. Jenga, I like it, mate. I might take that on.
Look where evolution is. Remember I told you it was connected by the lips? It's a center block.
Can't see it. Oh, I've tried to make it bigger so I could see, and I still can't.
The tower of different blocks on top.
Hopefully make it a bit bigger.
Top of each other, and if any of the blocks, you can pull out one of the blocks, and then the other ones would fall apart.
You gotcha. You bet. That's right.
In my mind, the standard model of cosmology is a little bit like this. We have built building blocks on top of each other. So on top of the Newtonian basics.
Out of date. 108 years. Is it 108 or is it 107? Don't want to do the quick maths. Anyway, yeah, more than 100 years out of date, that block. Should we not pull it out? Oh, that's why they still teach it in schools. Because the whole kit and caboodle collapses. I see. That's why kids still get taught the incorrect nonsense of mass attracting mass. It's a very important little Jenga block for the standard model. Hello, Anthony.
And I only joined to point out that if you remove one of those Jenga blocks and the rest of it collapses, look at what he's got as one of the foundational blocks. Newtonian gravitation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's like I was saying. That's why you've still got to teach it. I said that coincidentally in the pre-show. It's like, why do we still have it taught to school kids? Well, because it's fundamental foundation to stop you flying off a spinning water ball flying through a vacuum. So regardless of it now being a non-force force that you can think of as a force that's the uneven distribution of mass causing the uneven distribution of space-time, and that's what you typically think of as you being held to a ball because all things go to the ground, but it doesn't. It's not a force, but you can think of it as a force. Very convoluted nonsense to keep you onto a ball and apologise for you not flying off it. But it's an important Jenga block. So you can't just stop teaching kids that mass attracts mass, because if they're not taught that, the whole Jenga block collapses.
It's such a powerful admission that it's like an embedded confession. It's almost overtly admitting that this is all bullshit, but without saying it. So, like, how would you make an admission that it's all bullshit without admitting that it's all bullshit. And this is how you do it.
Yeah, to a friendly audience, though. Does this not remind you of Wakey Wakey with that astrophysicist, Anthony?
No, it reminds me of Fight the Flat Earth getting debunked by George Musa and not accepting it and then doubling down and then getting corrected again by George Musa. That's what it reminds me of.
Fair enough.
That we have confidence for within our own solar system up to a certain degree. We have, with the standard model, the key is a general relativity model, a specific version of it that assumes evolution over time.
He's got a confidence to a certain degree, yet he's alluded continually to it being science. And it's like, you don't have confidence degrees in empirical outcomes. That's experimental data. That's empirical. But he's got to weasel away from what science actually offers if you follow the method in favour of these correlative studies and models and Jenga blocks. It's like, no. Typically speaking, you know, the absolute truth of what causes what is really easily demonstrated through multiple systematic experimentation-based proof. And once you've got that proof, you can benefit humanity. You can advance society. None of this does that. You pop yourself on mute, Anthony, unless you've got something to add.
It's not Anthony.
And
That's Jenga debunks Globe.
Is it?
Jenga debunks Globe. He changed his name.
That's the,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh, right. Yeah. So today I am not Sleeping Warrior. Today I identify as Jenga debunks Globe, and you must say that every time.
Okay. And your pronouns are she and Zar, right?
Yeah.
We've coupled that with this idea of the cosmic origin, the finite origin in time, which is this hypothesis that, you know, the universe started with a big bang.
A what now? A hypothesis? Yeah, see, back to stealing valor, using these science words. So people hear hypothesis and go, ooh, science word. Oh, it's definitely proven then. No. If he had a hypothesis, he'd have a natural phenomena to observe. What's he got? It's got his Jenga tower. There's no natural phenomena. This is so far removed from anything that could be described as a valid hypothesis. It's untrue.
That is
I'd
the
like
main
to hear the hypothesis.
He won't have one. It's just literally thrown in to convince the audience that he's proving something with this. That's all it's there for.
framework. And then two key interpretations in the 20th century were hailed as evidence of this framework. First,
framework. There's that word again. Sound familiar? Yeah, when we accuse Whitsitt of doing the exact same thing that was done to con you onto a ball, there you go. Here's a few buzzwords that he uses. He's got a logical framework. What's this guy got? Well, he's got a logical framework based on bullshit and non-science.
At least this guy's got blocks.
the redshift of galaxies was taken to mean that space is expanding. Usually we hear about space is expanding. What is noteworthy is that this is an interpretation. It's a consensus interpretation of a...
We know. Yeah, that's something we highlight daily. Go on, whoever that was.
Nah, I was just laughing. He's talking about consensus interpretations. Consensus has nothing to do with science. If it's consensus, it's not science.
Precisely.
Period.
Yep.
A light phenomenon. This expansion of space would work really well with this general relativity model.
Again, anybody out there listening that's an ether believer? Does any of this sound familiar to you? There's a reason it sounds familiar. It's because it's the same piss in a different bottle.
That assumes evolution in time. So this was the so-called discovery of the redshift of galaxies and the expansion of the universe was key to making scientists move to an evolutionary model of the universe. Then the second thing that happened was very important in the 1960s was the discovery of the so-called cosmic microwave background radiation. This
now we're getting really into what this model's based on, right? The CMB.
Was discovered, it was interpreted as a residue of the Big Bang. I'm not going to go into more detail about those things here, but just want to point out that...
Yeah, you better not. You better not speak of any detail, not even any detail, just generalization. I debunked both of these 14 years ago.
These
They're on my
observations.
channel.
Then give them a proper plug. What's the title?
It has Redshift in the title. It has something like clobbering Redshift and the CMB, something to that effect. I can't even remember.
Such enthusiasm on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. Be here or be sphere for something bashing.
Just go to the channel and type in CMB or Redshift, and
Fine.
Got it.
The Quantum Eraser YouTube channel.
Or interpretations, and really only those two shifted the
100 people watching, 101 people watching. Woohoo! Very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. If you've joined us because you've smashed a link that one of the regulars has sent out there because we don't get any YouTube love whatsoever, then thank you for clicking on it. Also, please smash it yourself. Great to get over 100 people watching. In the meantime, for anybody who's been here a little while, we are covering Beyond the Big Bang by Bjorn Ekberg. Hopefully I've said that correctly. And as is normally the routine, for those of you who've just joined us and haven't done this already, please go to the channel, which is the Institute of Art and Ideas, and just let them know, by way of the link that is going by in the live stream chat now, that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The purpose of this is to let him know we responded to your video. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and hopefully, were this YouTuber, who's got 170-odd thousand subscribers, to respond, they would return the algorithmic love that we so sorely desire from YouTube but do not get, by putting a link to our video in his response. Unlikely? Hasn't happened to date? I think the only person who's actually done it, that's Straight Eyes, Matthew Learns, or Weathers, as he goes by, who put it on his tiny little channel that no one subscribed to. Thanks for that, Matthew. Really, really helped.
entire theoretical framework for the universe in the middle of the 20th century. So it's with these building blocks and these two key interpretations, it became a professional discipline with big research budgets and so on. That's the foundation. That's the only professional cosmology that we've had.
It's the only thing that matters. The group with the big budget. The ones getting the money. This is the most important thing.
Prior to this, it used to be, astronomers and philosophers wondering about how space was outside of our own solar system.
Then we got funding, big offices, lots of money. Great.
It's the only model that we really have worked with in the last 50 years.
All we know. So it's got to be right. Yes.
So standard cosmology assumes the universe has a finite origin in time.
Why would it assume anything?
And this is
in science, you assume the cause of an effect, but that's a suppositional statement known as a hypothesis or scientific prediction that is yet to be validated. In other words, it's clear that that statement doesn't prove anything. When you say, well, A might cause B, I haven't varied it yet to find out, then the next question anybody's going to ask you is, well, when are you going to vary it to see if it does cause it or not? Whereas in this version of your science, stolen valor of the methodology that's empirical, it's all about whether or not you agree, whether or not consensus has got a good idea of which model you're only ever going to use. That's pathetic, really, isn't it? The cockery of man.
This is what's described by the general relativity model. A more fundamental tenet of this is that the claim that mathematical laws that we deduce from our own galaxy, our own neighborhood of the universe, apply universally.
Yeah, they don't. Because mathematical laws are laws in language to describe things. But they don't apply to the physical and natural world. You might be able to describe or quantify things in the physical natural world with the language of maths. But again, another reification fallacy. No, physics deals with the real world. Maths is a language. It's abstract.
And this means that because we assume that they have this infinite or until the end of the universe kind of reach.
Again, why would you be assuming anything?
That we can know the entire temporal...
sorry, so you assumed it, but therefore you can infer that you know things. Again, with the empirical method of science, the thing you're stealing the valor of, you'd actually vary and manipulate that thing that you assumed because it's in a suppositional statement that has yet to be validated. But what you do is take what you call a hypothesis, as you've specifically used that word, and then claim that that is the explanation. You don't detail the fact that it's yet to be validated. You just call a hypothesis an explanation. That's the trick. Use these science words that you know are attached to proof, and then say that your hypothesis is and then give your mystic Meg prediction of something.
Temporal extent of the universe from its creation until today, that we can calculate the time.
This is good. As much as I was critical at the beginning that 10th gave us this video, this is what we do here, right? As much as people might enjoy watching me nag on Jaren to understand this stuff, this is what it's really all about. Yeah, it's all well and good us pointing out that Dave Weiss is using these tricks to con people in the exact same way with the exact same shell game, just for flat Earth rather than globe Earth. The fact that we agree with the overall premise doesn't mean we agree with the methodology to convince people. Well, in this instance, here we are seeing the real root problem. Everybody thinks they're on a globe because they've been told that science proves it. And here's a man explaining, with his weasel words, why science doesn't prove his claim of a heliocentric world. It's still stealing the valor in the process. He's still offering himself his own credibility through a method that he hasn't applied. He's even detailed how they don't apply it. But this is the real root problem. This is what we really want to deal with on Flat Earth debate. We want to see, wits it, seeing people like this and taking apart their claim of science and its base, pointing out that they're stealing the valor of science. And the only reason they'd want to do it is to convince you, the audience, that he's proving what he said. Because that's what science does. So you've got to understand that that's what science does to understand how this magic trick works. And there's a good chunk of flat earthers who don't understand this magic trick. It's not that complicated. You've got a word that means proof. So you steal the word and attach it to things that don't have proof. Then people think you've got proof. It's a really easy magic trick to understand. So what do we get when we try and disseminate that to our friends on the flat earth side? You're a scammer. That's what we get. Saying science proves things, scammer. No, it does. Otherwise there'd be no point in using the bloody words to convince people that you've proved this bullshit like this man does.
And then we have the framework, so now we just have to...
Framework, there it is again. How appropriate. Right? Logical frameworks for counter space. Well, he's got his CMB for his ever-expanding universe, hasn't he? Sound familiar?
Fill in the stars and the galaxies. It's just puzzle work from here, is the proposition. It's a very bold project, and it's painting a grand picture, and we found lots of data to match this picture.
Wow. He's going to launch into his correlative studies. Here we go.
We also made a lot of observations that contradict this picture.
Oh, well, how useful. Oh, my God.
So one of them, as you know, we just debated this morning dark matter in another panel. That's one of the blocks. That's
another apologetic like gravity. Go on, with someone from Discord wanting to get a word in.
Did they measure anything, or did you just calculate it again?
Just calculated, already disclosed.
Oh.
It's been added on top to account for discrepancies between theories and observations. So,
yep, there's another science word. Theories and observations. You see, observation is step one. Observation of a natural phenomena, mind you. But that's step one. Theory comes right at the very end. So you observe natural phenomena, suppose a cause, vary it, prove it causes the phenomena you were studying at step one, then you form your theory. But for this guy, he negates every single step beyond the observation and jumps straight to the science hijacking word of theory. That's what's happening.
Right. So you just make an equation, then you balance the equation. If the equation works out, you're correct. This is science, according to them.
It's disclosed how the process of hijacking it works. It's really simple. In the process of science, step one, observe natural phenomena. Step two, suppose a cause of the effect you are studying. Step three, vary the cause you assume to see if it causes the effect. Then you can form your theory. His version of that same method. Step one, make an observation. Step two, formulate a theory. That's it. That's his method. So where did you get any empirical information out of that? I didn't. We had consensus and models that we all agreed on. And now we've got maths. And now we've got Jenga blocks. And we slot it all together in a precarious little tower. And that's what we base it on. There's no empiricism here.
Dark matter was essentially invented in the middle of the 20th century, or in the latter half of it, as an explanation for why our observations of galaxies didn't fit this mathematical model.
Pretty much like I said before he said it, which is to say it's an apologetic that you invented. to comport with the model that didn't work.
Right. Why didn't the assumption of what it was that we were seeing fit their model?
Instead of saying there might be something wrong with their framework,
There's that word again. Might be something wrong with the framework. Right. I mean, if there's something wrong with the framework, like there's an experiment that doesn't really prove what you were hoping it would prove because it's not actually an experiment, you know what you can do in frameworks like that? Just don't call it an experiment. Just leave off the word. Then the framework works. Wonderful, wonderful phrase. So flexible.
No, Nathan. Once something is marked with science, it's science forever, even though it doesn't prove anything.
Or if it isn't science. But like I say, you can just not call it an experiment and jobs are good 'un. If anybody objects to your science hijacking, you can say, oh, I don't call it an experiment no more. That's a win.
move of cosmologists was to say there must be something else, because otherwise our theory would not be correct. So there must be this thing.
Yeah. In science, you'd be presuming a different cause because you failed to vary it and prove that it caused it.
Inflation is something that was invented. You see it at the back there.
You see how all these words that mean fundamental aspects of your world in a heliocentric model was just invented. This idea, the inflation idea, or it just came out, just pulled it out of our ass. Yeah, just invented it. Yeah. You need something else? You need unicorns in space? Yeah, we can pluck that out of our ass too, if we need to. Anything you like, really.
Invented
For inflation, the gentleman that discovered it or invented it retracted everything he said about it.
It's still there though. It's already a Jenga block. Ha ha ha! Too late now. It's like Newton. If anybody ascribes this nonsense to me, I'll be furious. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna call it Newtonian gravity.
It's part of the paper mache.
Yeah, we've already slapped that layer on. Well, can't you angle it? No, it's already it's already a Jenga block.
It was invented as an explanation for how the universe could possibly come into the shape that we can observe today from
shape. How you're observing a shape? You say? No.
This Big Bang. That's a mathematical theory for how.
So it's a mathematical theory. I see. So just an abstract description in language then.
That's
a very convoluted.
Contradiction in terms.
Mathematical theory is a contradiction in terms.
This vernacular is going all over the place by now. It's getting very messy.
He's almost at the end, to be honest.
Dark energy was then invented to account for this found ostensible acceleration of space.
A lot of stuff invented in your heliocentric world that you think is real. So some guy just talks about it, invents it, conjures it into reality, and now you believe it. That's how it works.
Did he just say acceleration of space? As in available volume?
Yep.
How does available volume accelerate?
This is just conceptual language, Arwin. If I need a dimension that doesn't exist to bend, I can invent one and bend it.
And so on. So all of it is building blocks on top of each other to sort of create patches on what the original framework could not do, step by step. So today there are some crises in cosmology and challenges to some of these upper blocks, such as dark matter that's been...
So let me get it straight. These are fundamental building blocks for the world you think you live in, and you're going to now detail the problems with the foundational blocks of the reality you say we live in. I see. Does nobody else have massive alarm bells going off? Is it just us? Yeah, it's just us.
Debated here, but very few scientists want to question the blocks below, the ones that hold up these dark matter and dark energy blocks.
Do we give a crap, right? While he's saying about what scientists are concerned about questioning, meanwhile, there's plenty of phenomena that they could be studying if they were actually scientists, but they don't want to question one of the fundamental premises of their worldview because it's precarious. It's just so pathetic.
And
isn't the whole cornerstone principle of the supposed science, not method, but the idea of it is like, you work through data, you figure things out, and then something turned out to be a misconception. Well, then you correct said misconception and you move on. Why is that the only thing that isn't happening with the heliocentric model? Like, No. They will take dark matter, dark energy, because otherwise it wouldn't work, making everything even more convoluted instead of just recognizing maybe it was just wrong.
Yeah, do you know what else follows this pattern, Arwin? He's got his building block framework on screen. Another thing that follows the exact same pattern and has the same issues with people not wanting to pull at certain strings is a web of lies. Same principle. Oh, well, we don't want to address that particular aspect of this web of lies because the entire charade will come falling down. It's the same principle. That what you're looking at has been described as a logical framework. It's actually a web of lies.
Would argue
It's
from
like a
my
presuppositional framework. It's like this is everything you have to presuppose in order for all of this to seem to work.
Yeah,
Well, take a
AKA
look at his foundation. No,
AKA
listen to
web
what
of
he said.
lies.
Listen to what he said. Pull up his blocks. He said all these blocks down beneath the CMB or the CDM are pretty much, they're solid. So look at his blocks down there. You got Newtonian mechanics, gravity. That's been debunked 108 years ago. Redshift, that's debunked. Nucleosynthesis is just a conjuring of nonsense. Look it up. It's pretty funny. General relativity, that's gone. Universal expansion, what's the difference between that and inflation? CMB's gone. Evolution, what the hell is that? Dark matter, all these blocks, all these Jenga blocks are gone. Too funny.
Well, if there's
He'd rather just not address
wave
them.
duality with light, well, maybe then there's also a force non-force duality with gravity.
No, he's just saying that the scientists, in quote, just don't want to address them. So where QE has just quickly said no, they all have been debunked or superseded. Well, then, if they're fundamental building blocks, then no one's ever going to want to look at them because the entire structure, again, web of lies. Shout out to Unitox Femu. I never thought that geometry would be macronuclear. And I never thought we'd be studying unicorn digestion, Unitox Femu, but there we go. We've all got strange things occurring as flat earthers. Thank you for the super chat.
research that this reluctance to question the blocks underneath is not because they are themselves so solid and proven beyond doubt, but rather because if any of them are in doubt or even slightly wrong, then this entire Jenga tower would fall apart.
Yes, emphasize that some more.
Because
It'll
they
be
are themselves so
more
solid and
impressive.
proven beyond doubt, but rather because if any of them are in doubt or even slightly wrong, then this entire Jenga tower would fall apart. So it's just too difficult to start waiting.
We are in agreement with somebody on the opposite side. He's fundamentally ingrained into heliocentric belief, right? It's part of it. But in every aspect, we would agree with him as we're nodding along, and we're preemptively saying what we would object to heliocentrism with and why we would object to him. And then he pretty much verbatim repeats our objections. What's going on? Again, 10th, kudos.
Wading into what this stuff is built on.
To continue watching this video, click the link in the top left or in the...
Alternatively, let the Institute of Art and Ideas, please let the YouTube videographer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. As I said before, in the vain hope that they would algorithmically hook us up by putting a link to at Nathan Oakley 1980 in their video as we have done for them. So kindly help them in the algorithmic love that they will receive from Nathan Oakley 1980 channel watchers by putting a comment that says that Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, helping him in the algorithm, and hopefully he'll return the favour. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed that. I enjoyed hearing him pretty much parrot what we were objecting to as a nonchalant, wakey-esque astrophysicist. Oh yeah, well, that's wrong in the model, but we wouldn't want to be looking at that because it would all collapse. So we'll just leave that well alone while we endeavour to move forward based on that nonsense that would all collapse if we looked at it. Excellent stuff. Thanks, Ted.
Maybe we could just play some Ball Earth Jenga. Sounds like fun.
That's what we do daily, Arwin. That is what we do here. we play
exactly.
Ball Earth Jenga with the ballers. But what we do, slightly different spin on it, we get them to push the blocks out, don't we, when they come here?
You know, when I first watched this, I had that your summary at the end is what I felt when I first watched this. It's an admission from an insider, one of their own, pulling back the curtain behind the so-called framework that is the Jenga tower cosmology, as Paula says in chat.
Well, I hope the attitude of the chat has actually changed slightly, and they're like, "Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed listening to that." It makes everything we've done in respect to people who have had criticisms of us in recent videos. Were like, "Why are you infighting? Why are you nipping at the heels of Jaron or Dearth or whoever it is that we're critiquing in terms of science in this specific context?" Well, this is why. So this was an excellent video because you can see how astrophysicists hijack the terminology of science to convince an audience that they're proving things. And he's disclaiming where we would point out the model's wrong. Very nonchalant in his way of doing it, but nevertheless, he's doing the same thing we do. He's then pointing out where they haven't got science. That doesn't alter his fully ingrained into every cell of his being that is to hijack the valor of science and use the words like theory, like hypothesis, like science itself. He used all of them. So it lends credence to our justification for saying, no, we need to know this stuff as flat earthers if we're going to win. If we're going to achieve victory in debate, you need to know what you're up against. And this is what we're up against. We're up against the hijacking of science to prove things where they haven't really been proven. Just using the words that suggest proof when they haven't actually got any. And this is important. If you want to be a good flat earther, know how you are duped onto being on a ball. That'll be the thing that progresses you. That's go on, whoever it is wants to.
No, that was me. He said earlier the reason why it keeps going and going the way it is, and he's an insider seeing the problem. He said, today's science is about winning funding. Top of it, making a tower even more unstable.
Tower of Babel.
It's nonsense.
It is a lot of babble, though.
Yeah.
Good video
stuff,
choice.
Good stuff.
What's up, Eli?
What's up, y'all?
Yo, so I'm home,
Hi.
so I'll get with you probably tomorrow.
All right, no problem. It seems like everybody's on the subject right now, which is awesome because that means we're all getting an intellectual upgrade. Not just studying the housekeeping questions or logical syllogisms and things like that, but also the history, understanding where this all stems from is just as important. So I'm glad we're talking about this.
I'm glad too.
When you say all, do you mean flat earth debate or other people?
I mean, everyone that I can potentially touch when I speak, Neil, when I leave here.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, that puts a different spin on it. You're saying that this you mean we're being successful?
Yeah. Because remember yesterday, I said that the YouTuber probably Alexandria, she just dropped a new video about let me see what the title of it is instead of just saying evolution.
While you're looking that up, this normally brings a smile to, well, specifically the people on the panel's face. So in terms of subscribers and such like, members and Patreons, several people have returned. I may have mentioned this previously, but several more have now returned and just casually started making comments where they left off previously. For whatever reason, they abandoned this show. Many have returned.
Nice.
That's good news.
Very. I always raise, when I see them, I'm like, oh, I haven't seen you for a while. Raised eyebrow. Good.
Give us an example, Nathan, of what you mean.
I mean, somebody that would have disappeared entirely and condemned us because the latest hotness that they found in this subject arena was saying that we were bad and evil. And then they've, like a good doggy, just gone, oh, right, well, then I'll unsubscribe from that particular group of people, Nathan Oakley 1980 channel specifically. And then, for whatever reason, recently we've been talking about whatever we've been talking about, and a whole bunch of people have come back. Old patrons have re-given me their patronage. old subscribers have resubscribed and started commenting in, and people have rejoined as members where they had previously been members and left. So while I don't know about new subscribers, I do know when I've seen somebody who was there, disappeared, and then comes back again. That's something I can say.
Yeah.
That's noteworthy.
I thought you were referring to the likes of Dawn Treader. I heard you reference Dawn. No, not Dawn. You referenced somebody the other day who we talked about him, and he magically appeared in chat. And I thought you were referencing somebody that was reciting the position, but on their side.
Oh, look at Chike. Chike's come back.
Did he ever go away?
Yeah, he went to Gem Pandas for a while.
It was the guy that he got cited yesterday. It wasn't Dawn Treader, but he was from that era.
Akumu virus.
Akumo, yeah. We cited Akumo, and magically, like a fucking genie in a bottle, he was there.
No swearing.
Sorry.
Oh, he came through?
Yeah. He was in chat.
Do these guys have each other's numbers or what? Like, because so say you're a Kumu virus and you're like disinterested with the subject. Like there's not going to be anybody well, I guess I would have to assume this, in your hometown or anybody around you that also listens in, just waiting for your name to get mentioned. So they're like, oh, they're talking about you, right? Like, because I don't get notifications from Discord. I don't know, like if I wasn't around, I wouldn't know what was going on. I don't know how they just pop up on the scene by mere mention of their names. That's pretty cool that you guys stay abreast to Flat Earth Debate. I appreciate you guys. However you're doing it. So anyway, just really quick, and I guess this channel can get an honorable mention just by the title alone. Don't know what the video, like, what resources he's used, what research he has in the video. But again, this has been a hot topic for some months now. So 4 months ago, the People Profiles, they dropped a video called Charles Darwin, Evolution versus Creation documentary. So that's an honorable mention. And then the Probably Alexandra channel that I was talking about, her video is titled The Theory of Evolution, How Mysticism Became Science. Very interesting stuff. Like, if you want to understand, say again?
That sounds like a Neil deGrasse Tyson title.
Well, if you want to understand how we got into this mess in the first place, these videos are a good start. And also subscribing to Nathan as well.
You know when they used to say that science corrects itself? Why isn't science correcting itself with this nonsense on like Newtonian gravitation? Why is it that science is turning a blind eye to these morons?
It isn't. It's not science that's doing all those things. It's the people that's turning the blind eye.
No. You answered this question wrong. Stop. Because it's going to annoy me straight away. The reason they say science moves on, science doesn't prove things, all that sort of stuff, is merely leaving the door open to correct their pseudoscience when it's proven wrong. That's all it is. It's just leaving an out, an exit. That's all it is.
Hey, Jenga and Elijah, make sure you go on mute after you're done talking.
That's
It's only the
book,
sixth
The
time
Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Science by E.A. Burritt, B-U-R-T-T. I haven't read the whole book, but he says it all lacks empiricism, what they have today. And, obviously, they could turn that around like this guy still be in the same Jenga tower that he knows could fall apart.
Oh, Anthony, please go on mute. Please. Please, Anthony. Every time you join, you make the audio horrendous. Go ahead, 10th.
No, I'm just saying that to find books as well as today's video, that an insider would start calling out the non-science within the claimed science. I mean, today he said, look, they're not doing the scientific method early on. They're calculating, they're assuming. He used the word assume so many times today, this guy. So it's like Okay, well, we have a problem with the model. We are not ready to jettison the model, but so let's invent dark matter to answer this problem, or redshift, or cosmic backgrounds. So they're always adding on to a flawed foundation. This is what the guy admitted today. And he's within the system. And he said it's all about funding. It's not science anymore. These are beautiful videos.
Beautiful would be the word I would use, but yes, they're very good.
Well, I say that because when someone looks at me as a tinfoil hat, conspiracist, dumb flat earther, I could just say this video.
Fair enough.
You know, the show is called Flat Earth Debates. We actually, my dog just tipped a chair on himself. We actually debate if flat Earth is real, if globe rhetoric, heliocentric cosmology models. We actually debate these matters, and people want to say we're crazy when we're actually talking about it, when they are avoiding talking about it. It's a funny thing how I can't get any of these people to want to sit down and discuss. Gas pressure without containment, they start choking on their spit and they're ready to run. They don't know.
Oh, yes. Now's a good time to bring it up because the show was over yesterday. But that guy had a good point. And well, I can't even. I wish I could articulate what he said, but I guess I'll just speak my piece. If we could take this thing on the road somehow, I don't know, pick 1 day, 2 days out of the week where we actually, or Nathan actually, however it's done, speaks to other individuals out there, like sort of like Flat Earth Dave kind of deal, only around the housekeeping questions. So people would be bringing Nathan or whomever on the show specifically to talk about the housekeeping questions and why it's so important. And that would kind of just open the door to pretty much everything. It wouldn't be like a debate or this, that. It'd be people understanding, oh, okay, this is what's going on. Now they could tie that to, oh, okay, because I thought this was science. And then, I have my other favorite channels talking about evolution for some reason. And now I understand because this is what science is. They don't actually have any. And then on top of that, they don't have any measurements for the claims of measurement either. Wow, that's so interesting. I really wish, I hope that somehow someone can articulate what I'm saying better and kind of make this happen.
Eli, it's in the works. Just be patient.
Yeah, well, am I mute? Well, what's going on? You don't hear me?
Oh my God! Don't come behind my beautifully not beautiful said thing, and deter people from
You said things.
talking about spreading.
Someone
housekeeping. Do you have any
it's called
questions about the
flat
housekeeping
earth
questions,
debate.
Chike?
Shut the fuck
Why
up. You talked all the time. Now it's my turn.
Chike, are you from the lab in Jupiter or are you on planet
Get
Earth?
on mute. Make yourself a cup of tea.
Go feed your dog. Go feed your dog. Go feed your dog.
Dogs are
Take him for a
fed.
walk.
Went out. Don't worry about the dogs. Now, every time I try to talk about, shut the fuck up. About flat Earth. Going to the stars, to the sextant. What does this has to do with flat Earth? I want to talk about the surface of the Earth from surface Earth level. Don't go to the sky. I don't care about gravity. Nothing like that. Only optics and geometry. That's all. So I ask for you.
You do realize,
We'll time and time again, we'll avoid the subject in hand and we'll go to exotic dark matter, dark energy, a thing you have not the first clue about, not the second, and not the millionth clue about. Let's talk about the Earth. Is it flat or is it not?
It's flat.
Now
Do you have any
you can
questions
continue
about any of the
with the
housekeeping
depth.
questions,
You can
Chike?
continue with the depth now.
Chike, you have any questions about any of the housekeeping questions? Like, for instance, you brought up the sextant. Can you get an elevation
I'm
angle?
talking about the surface of
Chike,
the earth, not
like,
a
does everybody
housekeeping
hear how
question.
Chike is talking through me? I didn't interrupt him not once.
I
And we
heard
all
you. I
kind of,
heard you. You didn't hear
no, you
me.
didn't hear me because I didn't. I
You're
was
talking to
asking
someone
you
else,
the
not me.
question.
Not me.
Are you only going to
Chike,
talk when I'm talking, or can I go? Yes, he is. Right.
Well, you're
So,
talking all the time, so it's kind of hard not to talk through
Asshole,
you.
that means shut up. Chike, you stupid prick.
okay.
Yeah.
So now
What about
you've kind of triggered one of the trap cards of the housekeeping question. Speaking about the sextant, can you get an elevation angle from the horizontal to the GP and then to the, I probably like fucked that up. Excuse the
Yeah, you
language.
did.
Can you get an elevation angle with the curved adjacent?
Sorry? Can I get
Can
the
you get an elevation angle with the curved adjacent?
Yes. I urge you to go
Interesting.
read the Euclid book number 3. Even in number 1, it's suggested that elevation angle is not necessarily a straight line. So yes, that's known for over 2,000 years. Next question.
Okay, next question. Detail how you actually do that then. So detail getting an elevation.
You read Euclid books.
Do you need to fundy mute me before I've asked you the question?
Yes, Nathan.
No, you won't be fundy muting me. So my question is, tell us how you do that in physical reality. That's get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent.
Well, you go and read postulation 16
Bloody
in
hell,
book
can
3,
someone mute Anthony?
and you will know.
Anthony's determined to ruin this, isn't he? Got his dog barking, he's off mute. It's only the 5th time I've asked him. Anthony!
I'm not off mute, I'm push to talk.
No, I know. It's Anthony. Decided to just open his mic and let his dog bark into the show.
No, it's my dog.
Oh.
It's Chike's dog.
Does your dog bite?
Who cares?
Never know.
All right, Chike.
That is not my dog.
Thanks for that. Okay, Chike, it's time to show. So can you pull up AutoCAD and show us how you can get an elevation angle off a curved adjacent? In AutoCAD, please.
No, I don't need AutoCAD. Did I mention AutoCAD? I mentioned Euclid.
No, I did.
Postulation 16, book 3.
I did. I said it.
Okay,
so
I heard you.
You show us then.
Hold on,
You
Kiwi.
show us then.
No, I'm
It's
asking
time
you to show us.
Show now.
I'm asking you to show us.
You
We heard.
want me to show
Chike,
something on
I'm not
something
done
you
talking.
mentioned?
Not done talking. I heard you. You cited it yesterday. We looked. That's fine. Okay. Notwithstanding that you've cited Euclid. Excellent. Now show us in practical application how you do that. Measurement of an angle from a curved adjacent, please. Detail it in physical reality.
Every time you measure an angle, it's from a curved adjacent. Even when you measure from with a sextant, do you have a flat plane under you? What's that under you on your feet? It's called ground. It's never flat.
Yeah, detail the process.
That's it.
That was garbage. Telling me that the ground is never flat doesn't tell me how you acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. Now, it's a contradiction in terms because an angle is 2 straight lines, Chike. One of them can't be curved. So you haven't detailed how the curved earth will give you an elevation angle measurement with a curved adjacent. It's nonsense. You can't have a curved adjacent. There's no such thing as a curved adjacent. The adjacent's straight. So what you're talking is utterly absurd, and you haven't still fulfilled what I asked for, which was detailing how this would actually be done in physical reality. What's being done? Okay, you pick up your sextant and do what on a curved earth?
You connect one point to another point.
That's a straight line. One point connected to another point is a straight line. That's not a curve. So that fails on its arse if you're explaining how you've got curved adjacents, because one point meeting another is not a curved adjacent.
So the
Stuttering bitch! Now you can shut the fuck up. You understand, do you, Dumbo? 2 points isn't a curved adjacent. You failed. You don't understand how this stuff works, and you're just bullshitting with Euclid and then talking and chanting through us while we annihilate your stupid garbage point. So stop chanting through me and listen. 2 points.
No, you chanting.
You need ejecting. Like every other asshole that comes here when they get annihilated. Maybe you can moan about the mute button while I annihilate your stupid claim.
Tell me when it's my turn, Nathan.
You've already had your turn. You said 2 points, and now you're chanting through the fact that's a straight line. You feel that needs chanting through, or asking when your turn to talk is. You gave me what I needed, 2 points. You've said it. Now, all you can do is chant through the middle of me. Right, Discord? You're not hearing me anymore? Yeah, that's right, audience. When assholes present their claim and I listen, 2 points, he said. And I address that that's not curving. That's what he's been asked for. He chants incessantly straight through the top of it. So Discord can't hear. Well, you'll be damned if I'm going to stop my audience from hearing me, Chike. Yeah, they will hear me take apart that 2 points isn't curving. Annihilating your garbage that you said you could do. Get a curved adjacent to give you an angle. It won't. So you fail. You lose. Chanting through me is just an asshole move of a loser. That's what you did because you lost, Chike. You're a loser chanting through me. Stop it. So that's a straight line, Chike. Do you want to get back to the debate you lost and started chanting through me instead of facing your loss? 2 points, you say. That's not curving. That's a straight line, Chike, for an angle. Has to be straight. That's what an angle is. You going to respond? Now you've had your little burst of fundy muting? You're going to respond? This is where you lose, Chike. No response whatsoever, right? Coward. Only you're chanting when you lose, right? You total coward. Loser. Not got much to say anymore, right, Chike? Scumbag. That's what you do when you lose. For all of you out there who want to moan about how I've got a mute button. Oh, really? So, realistically, my summary of the 2 points he detailed that we all heard he wasn't muted should forego a rebuttal in favour of his chanting straight through the top of the rebuttal that annihilates his point. Because that's fair. That would be neutral if he got to chant through the rebuttal. Wouldn't it? That would be totally neutral. Right, Chike, you total asshole? Why aren't you chanting anymore?
Am I the only one deaf here, or did anyone else hear?
What, the rebuttal that you chanted through? No, nobody in Discord heard it, because you chanted through every last word of it so that they wouldn't hear it. I addressed your 2 points.
Are you talking over me again? Let me finish this.
Is that all you got? I point out that 2 points is a straight line. He moans about whether or not he's getting talked over. In other words, the discussion, the debate goes no further. All he's got to offer from this point forward is chanting through me. Non-addressment of the fact he said 2 points. Straight line, Chike. We're going to move forward, or is it silence again? Am I muting him? Ladies and gentlemen, is this him being muted? He heard the rebuttal. He's got nothing for me. But while I'm in the middle of pointing out how he failed, he's got plenty to say. He's got plenty to say now I'm in the middle of talking, right, Chike? This is asshole behaviour from losers. We win with our points. He loses, and this is what he does. Chants straight through the top of me. Loser. So 2 points, that's a straight line. That's where we got to.
Loser.
So you're going to focus on the fact I pointed out you lost rather than the 2 points. Me, I'm trying to get the discussion back on track to the point where I say you lost. You won't concede your loss. You'll focus on the fact I'm calling you a loser. We've got 2 points. That's a straight line. That's not a curved adjacent. Where you lost was with 2 points. Oh, you're going to chant through the 2 points be connected to your loss? So we can't have the loser line work if I'm connecting the fact you lost with your 2 points. Yeah, he won't. See, if I leave the line open, I never get to conclude the rebuttal because the chanting starts before the conclusion comes. So it's very easy to just shut the line down, calmly say to the audience, without any fundy muting from Chike, that when he said 2 points, he needs to start chanting through the fact that that doesn't comport with his angle from a curved adjacent. He hasn't got one. That's where his argument failed, and that's where he lost. His now focus on loser, loser, loser chanting through the top of me. Yeah, you are a loser. You lost when you detailed 2 points for an angle. That's not curving. That's not a curved adjacent. You were asked to provide it and put it into practical application. You failed. You lost, Chike. Any response to that, Chike?
Still need to say the magic words, Nathan.
What, suck my balls? You lost, you fundy?
That's not so magic.
Yeah, maybe an address to the 2 points that you brought up that were not muted, that were not chanted through, that were not talked through, they were refuted, and when they were, you chanted through the rebuttal so that you didn't have to hear it, Chike.
Seems you...
Like you're doing now. See, what I did while I pointed out what he was doing was close the line, and what he's doing with the line closed is going thits, so that my rebuttal can't be heard. That's their tactic. That's what they do. Are you going to address the 2 points, the argument, the end of the argument, or are you going to chant and start talking before I summarise your loss? And there he is talking. Before I summarise where he lost, he thinks that chanting through the top of it will negate his loss. Somehow chanting through the summary is going to make him win. Right, Chike? Is that why you started talking before I summarised your loss?
Yeah, ask me a question and don't let me speak.
Why would the 2 points that you detailed be in any way comporting with a curved adjacent? 2 points aren't making a curve.
Go ahead, keep talking.
I did. I pointed out where you lost, and you asked me to keep talking.
Yeah, keep talking, yeah.
I did. I pointed out where you lost. 2 points isn't giving you a curved adjacent. To have a curved earth give you an elevation angle, you've got to get a curved earth to give you that angle. And that would be a curved adjacent for your triangle, and you haven't got one. You haven't got a curved adjacent. You detailed 2 points. I heard you. You weren't chanted through. One of us summarised it each and every time you've chanted through it. What's your response?
I don't know. Can I speak?
So your response is to ask permission to speaking when you're being asked for a response. That is his response, ladies and gentlemen. Lines cleared, conclusions been given, he's heard the summary of where he lost, and his response is to ask whether he's got permission to talk or not. I mean, he doesn't need permission now while he's chanting through me with the line closed. Doesn't need my permission to chant straight through the top of what I'm saying. But he needs my permission when he's specifically being asked about those 2 points that aren't curved and won't give him a curved adjacent. He's being asked to address that. You have permission to speak. Go.
Okay. So I have two points connected with straight lines. That's about it.
Well, that's not a curve. If that's about it, that's where you fail on your ass. Because a curved adjacent isn't 2 points that are straight. You complete stupid nincompoop. You need them to be curving. Lots and lots and lots of points. Not just 2. That's a straight line. That's a flat earth proof. That's an elevation angle that will require a straight line, a flat baseline. That's not a curved baseline. That's 2 points. That's straight. That's a flat earth proof. And all he's got while I disseminate this flat earth proof, as before, was to chant through the top of the flat earth proof he's just disseminated. His argument proves a flat earth. Ergo, like now, he has started chanting through the fact his argument proves a flat earth. Needs chanting through, right?
How can I chant when you talk over me? When you finally mute me?
Nobody chanted through you. You were asked to address the fact that your argument proved a flat earth. You were invited, and then there was silence, to address the fact your argument proved earth is flat. You were invited to address that. Then there was silence. Then you told me that you were being chanted
you
through.
tell me,
and here we are before I'm finished with you chanting straight through the top of me. I mean, it is shocking how these people project precisely what they do when they need to interrupt something that's devastating by telling me that I'm doing it to them, when literally mid-sentence he has started chanting through me. So he's no longer listening. He's not going to address the point that's been chanted through. That's why he's chanted through it. So he doesn't have to address the fact that he has proven a flat earth with his example, with the 2 points that are a straight flat baseline. You were invited to address that, then there was silence, nobody chanted through you. And while I pointed that out, you started chanting through me, as the audience just heard. So now again, I'm going to invite you to address the fact that your example, where you were claiming to prove a curved adjacent, was actually 2 points proving a flat earth. Now you're invited to address that. You may speak. Nothing in the arsenal when you haven't got any excuses. What? Asking for permission, total silence, was that me Fundy muting your concise rebuttal? You proved the flat earth, Chike. Oh, it seems now I'm back to talking in the silence you left. You've now decided that this is the time to talk, right, Chike? You left a prolonged silence. No rebuttal came. I point out there's a prolonged silence, and while I'm pointing it out, he then decides he's going to talk. Like now. You're talking straight through the middle of me in the middle of the silence you left. Then I talked.
Yes,
and now you're doing it again, Chike. I haven't finished the sentence.
All I will do from now.
What you'll do is chant through me because you've got nothing to offer. But every time you do it and I address that you're doing it, what, you think you're getting further away from the flat earth proof you just offered? You offered a flat earth proof.
Some of us...
Chant through it. Share your pain.
It's more like stuttering through it, Nathan.
Yeah, he's not. He thinks that means he's not listening to it. Or that the audience doesn't get to hear it. While I point out for the 5th time that he's proved the flat earth with his example. What he's got while I'm saying this, ladies and gentlemen, is to chant through me.
Yeah, I said that's the intention.
Or was that stuttery mumble an address to the flat earth proof you've offered rather than proving a curved adjacent?
No, I'm just...
And before I get to the end of that summary again, he's off the mic immediately through the top of me. I mean, it's only reasonable that we should be on a neutral platform where that's totally tolerable. And me asking why you've just proved a flat earth gets chanted through rather than addressed. And there it is again. I'm starting to ask him why he's proving a flat earth with his example with 2 points, but before I get to the end of the question, he started chanting through me. I mean, on a neutral platform, you, the audience, would never hear the question. Here, I will just shut that shit down as I'm in the middle of my sentence, so that the audience can hear that I have asked him the question, and then point out that this is what we get. This is what we get on a neutral platform.
I stated it clearly. Everyone heard it.
No, what we're hearing is you saying the same thing over and over again, and now Arwin and Neil have decided to join in. Because obviously that's going to be really helpful. Neil and Arwin also doing what you're doing, which is talking straight through the top of me, like you're doing now, Chike.
Let's all Fundy mute each other.
No, let's address the flat earth proof you use with 2 points along the flat baseline. Or all Fundy mute each other, because that's the alternative for you. For me, I readdress the issue of you proving a flat earth, and while I readdress the issue of you proving a flat earth, you talk straight through the top of me, Fundy muting me, because you think that that's going to be somehow successful and get you away from the flat earth proof that I'm pointing out you've used when claiming you're proving a curved adjacent. I'll do it again and again and again and again and leave the protracted silences that you actually have to offer when I ask why you proved a flat earth.
Yeah, say them. You can ban me. Go right ahead.
Sorry, is you being banned an address to why you proved a flat earth with your example that was supposed to prove a curved adjacent? There's that protracted silence again. Maybe it's my Fundy mute button. Maybe that extensive rebuttal to the flat earth he just proved with the 2 points on a flat baseline that isn't a curved adjacent. Maybe that extended silence was his fantastic rebuttal. Maybe him interrupting me right now is him concisely giving you all the proof of the curved adjacent that he claimed he got when he lost. Maybe that's what he was doing when he was interrupting that just then. And this right now.
I never said it.
You said you could prove that you can get a curved adjacent, then you cited Euclid for your curved adjacent. Then you told us about the 2 points that would be measured, and I pointed out that you proved the flat earth with that. And while I did point out that you proved the flat earth with that, you chanted continually through the top of it.
You pointed at false claims I never made.
You said you could prove a curved adjacent was being utilised. You were asked specifically by Eli, who fucked it up the first time and then declared how he messed up the question, and then repeated the question, confirmed that you understood it, and you took us to Euclid to claim that you could prove a curved adjacent. You didn't. You detailed 2 points. I then pointed out that you were proving a flat earth, and you then continually Fundy muted and chanted through the fact that you proved a flat earth with your claim. Not a curved adjacent, as you said you would.
I never said I have.
So we've got a recording of you being asked to prove your curved adjacent, you saying you can and taking us to Euclid, and now you're just going to lie. So Chike is just a carbon copy of every other lying scumbag, like a Kumu virus, like Rumpus. Now he's just going to lie about what he was asked to claim, what he said he could prove, and what he failed to prove. And what we got while I pointed that out, that he's just a liar, is constant non-stop chanting through the top of me. That's all we've got from you, Chike.
Ad homes.
Ad hom, no, detailing that you are indeed chanting straight through the top of your flat earth proof that you offered for us is not an ad hominem attack. It's not an attack at you, the person, in lieu of an argument. It's me asking you why you demonstrate a flat baseline with 2 points when claiming you can measure a curved adjacent to give you an elevation angle. That's not an ad hom. You're an idiot.
No, I never said it.
You did. You said you could get a curved adjacent. You're a liar.
I did say.
Yeah, you did. And if you deny it one more time, Judas, I'll permanently remove you like I permanently removed the Kumu virus. Because at this point, you're just a liar. And I don't tolerate people who overtly lie in the face of proof that they've lied. Yes, you were asked to prove that you could get a curved adjacent to give you an elevation angle. Yes, you cited Euclid. And yes, you then detailed 2 points along a horizontal baseline, and I pointed out that proves a flat Earth. Now you're denying that you said you could prove that, making you a liar. So we're going to permanently remove you, Chike? Never come back? A bit like Akumu virus and Rumpus? Just
Go right ahead.
continually lie? Maybe chant through me asking if you're going to
Go
continually
right
lie?
ahead.
Just chant through me asking if you're just going to lie that you didn't claim that you could get a curved adjacent. It is just going to be chanting through the top of me, trying to concisely get you to listen to me asking you to clarify your lie for a third time so I can remove you permanently, as you suggested I will do. Scumbag?
Okay. Remove it permanently. Go ahead.
So you want to lie again that you were not trying to prove a curved adjacent elevation angle? Just
No, I
lie and I
wanted
will
to remove
permanently
me
remove you.
permanently.
Please oblige you.
Can you as an audience understand why this is intolerable behaviour? Like complete scumbag behaviour from ballers. Yeah? While I'm pointing out how scummy it is, what do you think Chike's doing in the background? I mean, of course, he's going to be chanting straight through the top of me.
Go ahead.
See? He's saying, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. That's what he's doing. Scumbag behaviour. He's lost. He won't concede, but he'll drag out the non-concession for as long as humanly possible. Won't he?
He said that was the intent.
Thank you for the
Talk
colour
to
commentary over the top of me also,
Oh,
Neil. I
someone
really
does
appreciate it.
listen. Hey, so I wasn't muted. Someone did hear it.
Stutter for us one last time, Jackie.
Yeah, if you can extend that first vowel for at least 5 seconds, you'll successfully chant through whatever I'm saying by extending the first thing that you say for as long as humanly. You think that tactic's clever? No, it's not. You've lost, Chike. What you did do is prove a flat Earth with your example, and then chant through every single, like now, like you've just done, every single rendition of your flat Earth proof you gave us. Got chanted through. It's cowardly. That's all it is.
I agree. It's cowardly.
Yeah. So what you actually had in rebuttal was long, protracted silences in response to the fact that you proved a flat Earth, and then continual and non-stop chanting and fundy muting as a tactic to get away from your embarrassing loss.
Why don't you let me finish my sentence then?
I did. You've had several long and protracted silences where you asked for permission to talk at the end of the protracted silence. To what? Make out that you've been muted? No, you were given plenty of opportunities. What you did do is use the opportunities to not say anything and then start talking while I'm in the middle of saying things. That's your shtick. It's your MO. It's your tactic. When you lose, you start chanting through the fact that you measured a flat Earth when claiming you could get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline. You failed, you proved a flat Earth, and then you did what you're doing now, which is chant through the conclusion each and every time. Because you're a coward. So you're happy to admit that you're a coward and then start re-exhibiting the exact same cowardly behaviour like you're doing now?
There's no baseline.
Right, yeah, there is a baseline. There's absolutely a baseline. You think you're going to restart up the debate when you've already detailed the 2 points that are straight, only 2 points, that's straight line, not curved, by saying there's no baseline now through the top of me?
What is the baseline?
What are you going to just chant through the top of your loss? We're never going to get away from it.
What is the baseline?
No, we're not going to get your what through the top while you desperately attempt to segue away from your loss where you proved the flat Earth, Chike. That will not fly here. I will hold you to task until you lie again that you hadn't been claiming a curved adjacent measurement when you proved a flat Earth.
Where's the base?
You don't need to chant. You need to concede that you proved a flat Earth rather than a curved adjacent. No, don't chant. Listen to me trying to get the concession out of a weasel coward.
The upper straight line.
The chanting continues, right, coward?
It's the baseline.
But you don't need to constantly chatter and stammer and stutter the word baseline through every word I say, you utter coward.
Where is it?
That you proved a flat Earth with the 2 points. That's the baseline.
Yeah, you keep repeating yourself for the past hour.
Yeah, until you concede that your 2 points you mentioned
is the base.
So are you going to just ignore the fact that you brought up these 2 points and chant through that too?
You brought up this.
So I'm repeating what you brought up over and over again, Chike. That's right. You brought them up, those 2 points that aren't curving and aren't curved adjacent. But what are you going to tell me that I'm repeating myself? Yeah, I'm repeating what you said with the 2 points.
Yeah, well.
Yes. So you brought them up, and then I'm hammering you and proving that that proves a flat Earth while you chant through me incessantly, non-stop. Yeah, you're proving a flat Earth with those 2 points you brought up. Me repeating that you prove a flat Earth with it isn't going to ever be the thing not on the table. And no amount of chanting and fundy muting is going to change that you proved the flat Earth. What's on screen now is what you were asked for. A curved adjacent, with the pink panther holding a set square with a curved line against a curved Earth that will never give you an elevation angle. You said you could. You cited Euclid. You said you could have a curved adjacent. Then you gave us 2 points. That's where we're at. Yeah, I'm repeating it. It's where you lost.
I see. So you never learned Euclid. That's why.
So we're going to go back to Euclid. I acknowledged it. I acknowledged it and asked you how you put it into practical application. So you circled, jerking, fundy with your 2 points that we already got to after my acknowledgement of Euclid that you now circle jerking back to. Yeah, you got to the 2 points after Euclid. I've already conceded. We saw it. It was yesterday. Today is another day. Today we've got 2 points you were detailing. The baseline. Now you're denying a baseline. No, I didn't let you. I said you brought up the 2 points. That's where you lost. That's not a curved adjacent. That's a flat Earth proof that you used with your 2 points.
There's no yesterday for Euclid. It's too.
So the answer is there's no yesterday and back onto the circle jerk of Euclid. Yeah, the 2 points prove a flat Earth. Back to Euclid. Circle jerking fundy. Clutching at straws. Already been conceded and discussed. Don't need to go over this again. We just need to discuss the 2 points that aren't curving, Chike. That's where we're at. We've moved past Euclid. It's been conceded.
What being conceded?
Euclid, you brought it up yesterday. And I said, yeah, notwithstanding your detailed description of Euclid, how'd you put this into practical application? And then you asked specifically about a curved adjacent. You haven't provided it, you've provided 2 points. That's a flat Earth proof. Like on screen here, for this elevation angle measurement to 3 stars. The 2 points would be the centre point out to the right angles. That's not curved adjacent. But that's how celestial navigation's done on a flat Earth. You also confirmed that when you detailed the 2 points. And then you chanted through it every time I summarised your 2 points, like you've just done. You started chanting through me. 2 points, your point.
The baseline.
Yeah, that is the baseline. It's on screen now.
What is it? What is it?
What is the point of chanting through me rather than acknowledge that they're your 2 points? Maybe go back to Euclid.
You forget I'm in the show. I can't see what you show on screen.
Yeah, a flat baseline, 2 points.
2 points.
Yeah, the 2 points you brought up, and we're not going to go away from it because they prove a flat Earth.
So the line for
is a straight one. It's not curving. It's 2 points. That's right. It's not a bent, curved adjacent. It's just 2 points. It's straight.
It's the adjacent, the line to the star.
Yeah, that'd be straight. Also, we're talking about a triangle.
No, a baseline.
Yeah. So on screen now, we've got 3 triangles. This is a different diagram with just 3 triangles for triangulation. And there's a straight line moving out to the right angle below the star along the baseline. That's our celestial navigation. This isn't curving. This isn't a curved baseline. It's what you said when you cited Euclid. We affirmed that Euclid citation's correct, but then we tried to get you to reference it to a line along the ground for celestial navigation, and you told us you could get a curved adjacent. You can't. Lots of fundy muting ensued. That's where we're at.
Euclid was really wrong.
So back to Euclid. 2 points. That's where we're at. We moved past Euclid, but it seems now we're on the perpetual merry-go-round of I'm going to circle jerk back to something we've already conceded.
Yeah, Euclid is
Yeah, going to be circle jerk back to at all costs. Yeah, I know. I'm just not letting you because we're at the 2 points past Euclid and curved adjacents past Euclid. We're already at the point where you haven't given us a curved adjacent. That's what you were asked for, based on your citation with Euclid notwithstanding. So we're already past Euclid. Maybe go back to Euclid for a 5th time.
No, we don't pass Euclid.
Oh, I see. So we do need to go back to Euclid when you're proving a flat Earth with your 2 points. It's best to circle back to a point that we've already conceded rather than acknowledging the 2 points on a flat baseline as detailed in the last 5 diagrams that all have a flat baseline with 2 points not curving. Back to Euclid,
I don't care
right?
about your diagrams. I'm talking about the pure truth. the one that has actually a proofs to it.
Well, that was meaningless drivel that didn't give us a curved baseline. Meaningless nonsense that didn't give us a curved adjacent. Meaningless nonsense that didn't give us a practical application of a curved adjacent in celestial navigation. That was meaningless tribe. It didn't mean anything. You saying that you've got actual proof in actual proof, you're just waffling nonsense. You have got absolutely nothing beyond your chanting and fundy muting, Chike. It's all you've got.
Yeah, that's how the world looks to ignorant person. That's how it looks.
Sorry, this is from celestial navigation diagrams. These are from books that detail how you do celestial navigation so that you can save your life at sea if lost. It's got a flat baseline, same 2 points you detailed, that you want to go back to Euclid over rather than address how you proved a flat Earth.
Well, you know, it doesn't need no base flat line.
Well, that wasn't even a sentence. Yeah? So for all his chanting and talking through the top of me, that's what he actually had to offer. Wasn't even a concise, let alone coherent sentence proving or detailing anything, because it didn't even make sense as a full sentence. That's what he's actually got to offer. But he thinks what he's got to say is so important that he needs to talk through the top of me non-stop. No, what he's actually done with the words we did hear, and he wasn't muted over, were him detailing the 2 points on screen now. This is about the 7th example that proves Earth's flat. It's a flat baseline. It's not a curved adjacent. Can't have a curved adjacent. It's nonsense.
Well, you have 2 lines that you decided to draw the Earth flat below them. That's about it.
Again, was that a coherent sentence? I will make a concise summary. Earth is flat. When measuring a baseline between you and 90-degree positions below stars that you're getting angles to, you require and is a prerequisite that Earth is measured and is flat. That is how it is navigated. See how that's a nice, concise summary of how Earth is flat? In Chike's example, although he claimed to be able to get curved adjacents, he didn't. He detailed 2 points. 8th diagram that shows the 2 points, one below the concise summary I just gave of 90 degrees below a star, and a line that is straight between you and the base. That is a flat Earth proof. Now, like I say, Chike, who can't string together more than 4 words that are actually meaning anything, because he can't string together a proper sentence, literally chanted through every single word of that. So literally nobody in the Discord could hear anything I just said. Correct, Discord server? That's not you, Chike.
There's nothing to hear. It sounds like background noise.
Yeah, this guy is out of his mind. He's a little crazy. So tread lightly, Nathan. This guy is the type to end up on your doorstep. Very, very triggered.
But did you hear my response, or was from your perspective, because obviously for my audience I can close down the Discord line so that they can actually hear my concise summary of where he lost. I'm asking from the Discord server, because that's not the case for you. I assume you didn't hear a single word I said, correct?
Yeah, it was audio chaos.
Yeah. So that's what Chike has succeeded in. He's succeeded in the Discord server not hearing what I have refuted his claims with. And he personally, every time he pipes up as I give him his flat Earth proof of 2 points, will also start piping up when he's asked to address the flat Earth proof he gave, because he thinks that not hearing it will mean he doesn't have to address it. Like now, when he does hear it, he will go totally silent. You watch. Won't give a concise rebuttal and tell us about the curved adjacent he can give us, or address the flat Earth proof he gave us.
Yep.
See, there's that stone. Go on, Chucky. Mike's all yours.
Mike is mine. For how long?
As long as it takes you to address the flat Earth proof with the 2 points along the baseline and your failure to provide a curved adjacent. However long it takes you to address that.
I never said 2 points along the baseline.
Ban him.
Said 3 points.
Ban him permanently. That's the 3rd time I was hoping for the lie. Whoever's out there, permanently ban Chike like Rumpus and like Akumu virus. He is only here to lie. We're specifically debating celestial navigation. When he loses because of his flat baseline, he says he wasn't claiming a baseline. Scum. That's what we deal with here. Scum. Deny the very premise that we're debating when you lose. I don't want him here anymore. Get lost, Chike. You're never going to return. Like all the other scumbag liars who were given 3 opportunities to just rescind their lies. When you double down on it and triple down on it, you get lost. You don't come back. No. When we're specifically debating about celestial navigation and elevation angles, that's specific to baselines, and you tell us about a curved adjacent, that's your curved baseline, and fail to give it us, and then deny that you're even arguing about baseline 3 times, that's when you never return. You're not worthy of conversation anymore. You're useless. All you're doing is creating audio chaos when you lose in the Discord server, in the vain hope that that will be the audience's perspective of what you have to say, or don't, when you stutter and stammer. Now you can get lost permanently. I never want to see you here again, Chike, because you're utter scum and you only obfuscate and you offer nothing. Nothing but lies. That's what you actually offered here. 3 occasions you had, 3 occasions you took the opportunity and lied. Scum.
Chike talking shitey.
It's like bubbling of swamp gas, right? He's a swamp monster. Stutter, 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 stutter.
And I
don't have a
wasn't
point.
And it wasn't color commentary. He said in the middle of that, as he was funny muting you, that's the intent. So he admitted to why he's doing it. So the rebuttal can't be heard.
Now,
Yes,
for
you
some
did. You
reason, I
said
don't
that's the intent, Chike. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Chike.
That's fine. For some reason, like people don't understand what we're asking. Maybe I can ask it in another way. The question is this: it's not if I can, make an angle using my arms. YMCA. That's not what we're talking about. The question is, how do you get a star's angular elevation above the Earth if the Earth is curving? That's the question.
YMCA.
You don't, because you'd have to use a bubble, but that doesn't work on the ocean ever. And then, yeah, what are you going to do? Nothing.
No, even with the bubble. What do you mean?
You can't use a bubble on the ocean. That's the thing about the ocean. When you're on a ship, it moves all the time.
The bubble
How are
is
you gonna use that
establishing a
bubble?
horizontal as well. You're still getting an elevation angle. You're just using a bubble sextant instead. I don't know how that addressed what I said.
Can't use a bubble on a ship.
My
agree
point
with
is that even if the Earth was a bubble sextant wouldn't help you explore the oceans.
Do you
That
agree with my
simple.
sentiment? What is the point of debating with somebody who will deny the fundamental premise you are debating about, in this case, the baseline? He says the baseline can curve, and then attempts to cite Euclid to prove that you can have a curved baseline. He's then challenged to actually put it into practical application. Fails and details how you'll do that. 2 points, straight line. He explicitly said straight line at one stage. Now, if I'm going to debate anybody and see it as a worthy endeavour, I have to know that the opponent at some point can concede their point if they lose, as opposed to fundamentally deny the premise of the debate itself when they lose. And in the interim process, chant through the top of every single word you say so that they don't have to address it. Do you think I'm unjustified in saying, get lost forever, Chike, you scum?
No, it's
No,
fair
you're
enough.
totally
If you compare it
justified.
with Rumpus, he is being belligerent and rumpusy, so I totally get it. And I mean, overall, he's been kind of a waste of time. Amusing to a certain degree until it becomes repetitive, but information-wise, he's been quite useless.
Next CIA shill scumbag who's going to do what Rumpus and every other CIA shill scumbag that comes here permanently wants to do. Who's next in line? There will be a Chike replacement.
You finally got there. Yes. Yes, Nathan. Yes. Yes, they are. CIA.
There'll be another one, another wanker to come here and frustrate us and chant through us. Never concede a damn thing, but seems to have some form of loose argument vaguely along the lines of a heliocentrist that they can chant through us with permanently. Yeah? Chike comes across as dumb, yet feels he can actually argue the worthy point that's the only one they should be debating and obfuscate it entirely. All right. Seems like a worthy endeavour if you're a shill.
Right. Well, Nathan, I don't know. You're probably not in the mood for it, but I was actually going to attempt to try to do what Chike couldn't do as Baldwin with the whole curved adjacent. I have a plan. It's gonna get ridiculous, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. So maybe you could have a curved adjacent if you basically take the two-step system of terrestrial refraction from apparent to geometric, right? So you can have an apparent straight baseline and then apply the geometry to it, right? The terrestrial refraction, all that, so that it would effectively be curved, right, in the geometry, but optically it would be straight. And that way you can use an optically straight baseline for a geometric curve.
I like your sentiment, Owen, and I like the fact that you consistently use the same form and structure that they use, which is to put the devastating undoing of their own argument right up front in the very first disclaimer that you say. So, apparent straight line of sight, you say. Right, that was the first words out of his mouth, ladies and gentlemen. Arwin, at least true to form, will put the disclaimer of the failure of his claim right on the front cover. You don't have that, do you, though, Arwin?
That was a quick one.
No. Look, the line of sight appears to be straight. But
no, it doesn't.
geometrically,
Not in the ball model. Black Swan. No.
No. You don't get it. It appears to be straight, but geometrically it isn't.
But then it isn't.
No, the idea is that it geometrically, well, I don't even, the ray of light is curved, so it's not geometrically anything straight.
No,
Isn't
but
that a
the
chromosome
geometry
virus?
is there really is, right? It's where it is on the ball, but optically it's also subjected to terrestrial refraction, and that makes it all seem straight.
That's what a chromosome is doing, right?
It's apparently flat and straight,
Yeah,
but
but what you're calling...
geometrically it's curved.
Okay, yeah, fine. Now I get where you're going. You're saying, in the same way as if you see the horizon too far on a ball, with that assumption, you can say, well, it looks so refracted that it appears straight. Okay. Yeah, but you're still bending the line of sight at a rate of whatever over R. That's still curving. Now you're saying, so curving, it appears straight. No. You require a geometric straight line, though, don't you? So how it appears, regardless of the bent line, in actuality appearing straight, like, look how curved it is, it's so curved it looks flat. Yeah, that's still apparent, and I already covered this. It was the first thing you said. The apparent straight line. I just feel like I'm repeating myself, though.
Hold on. I can justify this. Look, just because hold on, because you're using a geometric process, right, with the sextant and all that, that's fine. And I realize that you're going to take it from an apparent geometry, not the actual geometry. But the point is that you can't use a non-flat baseline. So just use the apparent flat baseline, and then you can basically graft it onto the actual geometry. It's doable. It'll work. Trust me. Just apply it, and it will work perfectly.
In one circumstance, Eli, can you pop yourself on mute, please? Under one circumstance, when you've got infinite over 6R, then you can say that it's so bent it looks flat. Well, typically, you're not going to get that circumstance. Ever, in fact, out at sea. How are you going to induce what BLMSB 69 induced in terms of an infinite over 6R claim? Well, that's what you'd need if it's going to look so bent that it's flat. In apparent terms, you still haven't got a geometric straight line to make your maths work if you're going to claim that it's a ball derivative, because then you've got to have ball derivative maths in there. You still need a straight line, and you haven't got one.
Yes, I realize that, but look, we're all unfortunately subjected to the harsh truth that we can only measure things optically, and we'd have to then, after the fact of the measurement, apply the geometry to get the actual geometry, right? So where else can you take any measurement from?
You already said that. You're being a weasel.
Can't take apparent
You already
measurements
said.
for geometric functions.
Where you've asked a
then
question. It's not
pointless.
rhetorical when you ask a question. Where can you get that from? You already disclaimed that what you're doing is a geometric measurement. So now you're turning the measurement into the conceptual aspect, and the conversion to spherical geometry as the physics or the reality. It's like, no, when you say geometry, that's not the geometry of a sphere with the conception of measuring an angle. You are actually doing a measurement with the sextant, and that measurement's off a flat baseline. Well, that baseline is flat. It's not apparently flat or geometrically curved but seems flat in your vision. That makes no difference because you're going to convert to non-reality geometry after an actual measurement. Well, your geometric measurement was flat. So who cares what you do after the fact? You've got to be, as was challenged by, challenge 2, whatever his name is, I've forgotten his name already, the guy we just banned. He's got to give you a curved adjacent to achieve that. Not say, I can just assume it's measured flat and then go forward with my flat earth measurement to imply that I've got spherical geometry after the fact. That's what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're just elaborating on it one step more each time.
I have to stutter interrupt right now because, I mean, your hand wave dismissing my entire... You didn't prove that you can't take a geometric measurement from an apparent situation in order to get a geometric result.
You can, and you do. I did address it. You can, and you do. And that measurement takes place in reality. Now, you're saying the conversion to the apparent measurement goes to the actual geometry, which for your argument, I know is spherical for Baldwin. Yes. Right, but it's the other way around. In reality, you're taking a geometric measurement, and it is flat. 5th time.
Yeah, but you can't actually take a geometric measurement because terrestrial refraction bends it all. That's the problem.
Assumption.
You can only take an apparent measurement, not an actual geometric measurement.
No, you're taking an actual angle measurement. In reality, it's in respect to the Earth. It is quite literally and figuratively geometric Earth measurement.
That's just an illusion. It just appears to be geometrically flat.
I gave up because you've gone beyond tedium.
Oh, sorry. I win. Woohoo! See, this is
what
how
I did
you do
like.
it, Chike.
What I did like was where you specifically disclaimed, right at the point I gave the conclusion, where the argument does actually end, that this is where I need to start chanting. Yeah, absolutely spot on, Arwin.
I know how this works.
Well, that was no fun.
Oh.
I mean, if you've got two
At least it didn't take an hour of me continually waiting for you to start explaining so I could interrupt you with my stutters.
Fair enough.
You know?
Well, you're funding muted one deck by accident.
All right. I'm just saying I can't understand that if you've got two GPs at sea level at the same altitude, I mean, what's not to understand?
We're not talking about baselines. Yeah, that got him banned, and rightfully so. I'm sick of it. These people like Chike, they start off all friendly, and they're just here to talk about shoot the breeze, be friendly, until it comes down to them offering up flat earth proof, and then they want to fundy mute and chant through you and deny the premise of their own debate. Absolutely outrageous. Yeah, next CIA shill.
That happened yesterday. There's this guy that everybody said was so cool and this, that, and the third. And so I asked him if he wanted to have a conversation about flat Earth. And so there's this video that explains that the horizon is geometric, basically, from brain stuff. if you type in distance to horizon on YouTube, brain stuff pops up, and this guy explains the distance to the horizon. And then if you Google distance to horizon formula, basically his argument is from that formula. So I asked the guy, what is it about this that you don't understand specifically? And he refused to answer the question to the point that he starts cursing me out. And it only took like 3 minutes. Everybody's talking to him, asking him questions that are insignificant to, the actual reason we're all there in a flat earth server. And I just asked him, okay, so we took like a fifth grade level guy who's explaining the distance to the horizon. You already understand that we're saying that there's no such thing. And I'm asking you, what about it you don't understand because you're saying you don't understand it? And he starts cursing me out. Thought you were nice.
Yeah, because you've overcome his argument. Suddenly, being nice isn't priority. Well, thank you. You've really ruined the conversation with that, Eli.
That's
No, actually, it brings attention to the 1.22. It brings attention to the black swan. So that's why he cursed you out.
Maybe.
Well, how could it not be? He destroyed the ball Earth with the geometric horizon. He's got nothing to defend. He killed the ball Earth. And I don't know what happened with Chike. I had to go do something, but I put a bunch of slides for the panel and you to see. They're never referencing a curved surface. It's everything is to the rational horizon, which is the celestial horizon, which is the equatorial plane. And what's the definition of a plane? It's not curved. These people have been hoodwinked by the system. We're trying to let them know. They're upset that they could be lied to all these years, so they defended with vigor, only to fail at every point of debate. Because all we do is get the citations and the official claims, and it doesn't stack up.
Yeah, gone are the days of the normies. The normies coming in and having a normal discussion and actually conceding things. I remember.
Yeah, they either
go on.
They either avoid talking to you when they realize you're educated to debate it, like we experience, or they pick on someone who just recently came across flat Earth debate or flat Earth proofs, and maybe it's their first month or 4 months into it, and they win that optically, but not by proof. And then that guy or gal educates themselves over a year's time and says, hey, I want to have that discussion again that you thought you won. And then they're going to curse at you because they never won it in the first place. And it took time for the person to get educated on how to debate it. And it's like the normies, they're in different classifications. You got a normie who'll fight you. You got a normie who'll say, thanks, I'll investigate. And you got everything in between that. So people are not always the same cut. And it's, just make sure what you're disseminating is the truth and don't worry about the results.
Indeedy.
It's been a great show, by the way. I am gonna miss Chike though.
Really?
I want to know who's next. Nathan asks who's next. Who's next?
And I mean, I only miss Chike for that much, right? I mean, it's great to have him back, but after like a couple of hours combined, yeah, you get sick of him again. It's like, just like go away for half a year or something.
Who was the
Harlan,
other guy that was with Chike? Who was the other guy that was they were always
Ed
Pickle Rick.
Yeah, Ed Freeze
and Pickle Rick, yeah.
Pickle
No,
Rick.
I walked away because I got tired. He's just trolling us. He brings nothing to the debate. And Nathan, I know what you were doing, so you got it. And I'm glad he's out because he's just wasting our time.
He
He's
was
here to waste your
always
time.
wasting our time, though.
No, I
That's
know
what he
that.
did before too.
No, I know that, but this is so belligerent at this point. So it's to the point where we are not going to get stuck at the bottom of the barrel with the Chikes of that side of the argument. We're going to, put up or shut up. We're not going to let you keep us there. We're going after the guy today in the video who sees Jenga problems with cosmology. That's who we're after. Their own people who see a problem but can't get out of the narrative they bought into. The framework.
That's interesting, that word framework and background. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
I use framework all the time as a word.
Yeah, that's different. They're saying that we sound like ballers. Meanwhile, the other side sounds like ballers.
What they mean is a framework of reasoning. That's basically for them can be both math and physical knowledge, right? So they just mix it up and they see it as a framework. It's like, this is a structure of logic and things that we assume work this way. Yeah, makes
Nathan,
sense.
Nathan, I put a screenshot earlier with the two pictures from that guy's video. Can you put up the Jenga tower one?
Yes, in a minute.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Brian.
I was just going to bring you up, Brian.
You just getting in?
Just there, yeah.
Oh man, you missed it. George Musa was here.
Are you serious?
No, I'm lying.
He's been out
The
for a
things
drink
I
with
get
Wits.
excited about. I mean, that shouldn't excite me.
It shouldn't, but it did.
No. It was like
One
someone
day.
else was here. Like, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Chike.
No, it's you can think of it as George Musa, though.
Yeah, you could take him, George Musa.
I was going to bring you up and say, did anybody hear Brian and Witsit? Because that was outstanding.
Yeah, it was good. You did well. I listened to it on
Yeah,
QE.
brilliant.
Thanks very much. If you listen past that part, because I mean, QE, I don't know how far in QE got, but I think it was like about half an hour, maybe a bit more. But things got worse after that. When I say worse, I mean I ended up telling the moderator to shut up, basically.
What moderator?
Right, yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Hammer, I don't know what's going on with him. That was not moderation. And I noticed in the chat, people were going against you. Even in the chat yesterday, in Nathan's show, they were bringing up the debate, and they said you were acting like an asshole. They said they have no clue why this was taking place and why that was done. You were holding him to task on everything he said. He said something about flat earth debate. Go get us some proof. Because the other day you spoke for 5 minutes uninterrupted.
Yeah, to say, yeah, I didn't see Nathan's chat yesterday, but I did look at the chat after I was after being in the debate. I went back later on and looked at the chat, and there's look, people. I have to say it. There's some load of stupid flat earthers out there. That's it. I mean, there's a reason why we exist and why we're a small group. With the exception of, when I say small, we have obviously people that follow us and that follow this show and QEs, so they understand. But there's a load of other people out there, and they just don't get it. I mean, they were hoodwinked by that. Like, I have to hand it to Austin. He hoodwinked them. I have to say, yeah, you did a good job there, because no matter how calm I was, no matter what I did, like, he looked like he was the good guy. You know, that's the thing. When people think you're the bad guy, nobody wants to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, we're looking at it because we know what's going on. So we're not seeing that. But you're saying these dummies are seeing it the way Wixit's spinning it because they're just stupid.
Yeah, they're easily fooled. Like, they are the people who end up voting the wrong way, believing the wrong things. These are those people. And they probably think that they have discernment because they're a flat earther. No, being a flat earther doesn't mean that you've stopped being stupid.
You mean
know?
useless idiots? Like
Well,
the,
yeah. Well, I think not being stupid is a daily responsibility. Some people become flat earthers and then just give up that responsibility. I don't know what to say. There were some people disappointed me because I was looking at the chat going, like, some people I didn't know at all. They were obviously just on Wixit's side. That didn't matter. But there's other people who disappointed me. I was kind of going, what does that comment mean? I mean, if you were listening, you could hear what's going on there. You know, all he was doing was attacking Nathan at QE. You know, that's all it was, and I knew why he was doing it because he didn't want to get into the details. He wanted to, and he did a good job of it. He wanted to portray himself as the victim, and the audience ate it up.
He's doing exactly what the ballers do, and I have these conversations, and you start mentioning the lights in the sky, and as soon as you do that, I bring them back down to Earth and say we're talking about the geometry of Earth and the measurement of the Earth curve. It's got fuck all to do with the lights in the sky, and that's all he's talking about: lights in the sky. It's got to do with the shape of the Earth. Fuck all.
Nathan,
You're ignoring the measurements. I'm sorry, Tim.
No, sorry, I'm back. I had to step out. Did you put up that slide, or are you not done?
I haven't, but I can. Go ahead. If you can make your point, I'll bring it up in a sec.
Yeah, it's the Jenga slide. Well, the first one was the other one, which was let's see, he's got it labeled. The cosmic scale, the actual scale of the observable universe depends on how we interpret and understand light, and the theoretical model, not scientific theory, but theoretical model we use to measure it from here. Okay, so you got that slide. But the next one's the biggie. The structure of the standard model of a cosmology. A block fails if any of its supporting blocks fails. So, as QE pointed out, you got mechanics, optics, nucleosynthesis, redshift velocity, Newtonian gravity, relativity behind that, general relativity, supernova, dark matter, Hubble law, Big Bang cosmology, evolution, CMB structure, universal expansion, CDM background, standard model of cosmology, dark energy, inflation. Now, Newtonian gravity has failed. Newton didn't even want it to succeed. What happens to the rest of the blocks that they're building off of that one? The guy even admitted they had to have something to explain something else, so they invented dark matter. And as we know, evolution, what's that? No one's ever seen it. I mean, this whole, and Big Bang, give me a break. This is what the world believes. And the Jenga towers fell down today based on this guy, and he's in the system himself.
At least he recognizes it.
Oh, yeah, he's got doubts. Paula put a good one. We should call it Jenga cosmology from moving forward. Yeah, the Jenga cosmology is what we got to call their version from now on.
That's what it is, though.
Yeah, we got video of the site.
Up, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
I got something for you guys.
Go on
I
then.
got a present.
What's that?
Nathan, remember me?
You were only here yesterday.
Yeah, we had a good conversation until you called me an idiot. So I said, oh, we'll do this next time. I don't want to be called names, but I just posted a picture in the text chat.
Okay.
Right. So when you stand on the equator, Polaris is on the horizon. It's basically at zero, right?
That's what the equator is.
Yeah. So my little fake drawing shows why that doesn't make sense if the Earth was flat.
Sorry, you're saying the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris doesn't work on a flat Earth?
That's what I'm saying.
It's a minimum elevation angle. You understand that it's the minimum angle off a flat baseline to Polaris? Hear me? Try that again. You understand that you're detailing the minimum measurable angle to Polaris. That's an angle measurement off a flat baseline. The elevation angle measurement minimum that you have detailed would prove Earth is being measured flat to get that angle.
But the elevation angle doesn't comport to a flat plane.
Oh, do you want to explain how you can get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline, please?
Ask him to define it first.
The measurement of an elevation angle, you can do it at any altitude.
That's not what I asked. I asked how you get a curved baseline to give you an elevation angle.
There is no curve. There is no curved baseline.
So it's flat.
Yeah, horizontal is no
so flat
changes
then.
in elevation.
Yes, so flat then.
From
this flat Earth angle measurement isn't possible on a flat Earth according to you. Fourth time.
The ground isn't the horizontal.
Oh,
because
so
you can do this at any altitude.
The ground. So you mean the baseline?
No, the ground is not the baseline.
Yeah, it is. You're talking about an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. It has a baseline. That minimum angle, the first line for that angle is a baseline. Clearly, you don't understand what you're talking about.
Oh, come on.
You just denied the baseline. Sorry, guys, I don't need help from G+. You just denied the baseline and said it wasn't the ground.
That's not even what I was kind of...
Sorry, I'm still contradicting you. You don't need to talk while I contradict what you just said. I'm just repeating it. You said it's not the baseline, not the ground. Yeah, it's the third time you've talked through me. You're doing the Chike trick where when I annihilate your garbage point by pointing out, you just keep talking through the conclusion at the end of the conclusion, right? I'll make my fourth attempt. You said it's not the ground, it's not the baseline. It is the ground because you can have a ground position of Polaris. It can be used as a navigation star. Its ground position is on that baseline. And the baseline is the ground. So wrong on both counts.
Okay.
I still have wrong on both counts. Not okay. Just need you to understand that you are wrong on both of those counts. Number one, this minimum elevation angle measurement off a flat Earth baseline, which is what it is, doesn't not work on a flat Earth. That's utterly absurd. Do you want to just concede that this minimum flat Earth elevation angle measurement that is the ground, that is the baseline, that is flat, will definitely work on a flat Earth? It's the only way it can work. It's the only way you'll measure this angle. Do you want to just concede that first?
Yeah, we can agree if the baseline is the ground. We can just disagree. I'm more concerned with the elevation.
So we agree. So if we agree. Sorry, if. What do you mean if? It's got ground positions. If we're navigating using these stars,
I had a specific question, Nathan, and you're rumpusing me away from it. You're obfuscating.
You said if it's the ground. I'm repeating what you said, clarifying it, and then disagreeing with it. How can that possibly be obfuscation? You total arsehole.
I did not say horizontal.
Shut up! I'm not obfuscating you. I'm addressing you, stupid tard. Now, if you want to bugger off because you've lost at this point again...
You can't do this? You can't handle
You
this?
can run away if you like while I take apart your stupid claim that it's not the ground. And if it is... No, it is. It absolutely is. No, it's not an if statement. Right, are you chanting through me? Are you chanting through me?
Well, you don't stop talking. When is this a back and forth, or are you just going to do that?
Is this the same tactic that Chike used? Have we got a new CIA agent in place? Asshole, I'm refuting your claim when you say if it's the ground. No, it is.
It's not.
So when we're detailing the ground position of Polaris...
And it's not a reference
Sorry,
to the
is that you Fundy muting me?
Never.
So it is the ground. If we're dealing with the ground position of Polaris, that's how it could be practically applied to find your way, using it as a navigation star.
Hey, Callie, how do you establish your vertical?
I don't need any help. I don't need any help. That silence was perfectly sufficient. So we're dealing with a flat Earth and a flat baseline. It is the ground. It's going to have ground positions on that line that is flat and not curved. And the only way to make your argument that this flat Earth angle isn't possible on a flat Earth, that's crap. I need you to concede how crap your argument was. Not chant through the top of the conclusion. Not chant through the top of the conclusion. I'll try again. Without the interruption from a fundamentalist religious zealot CIA agent who needs to mute the conclusion, that your argument failed because you asked me how a flat Earth elevation angle measurement would be possible on a flat Earth. That's utterly absurd and a useless argument, Callie.
Okay.
Not okay. You've just wasted a significant period of our time with your crap argument that only works on a flat Earth. So did you think you'd got a gotcha when you asked me how a flat Earth angle would work on a flat Earth?
You afraid of me?
Sorry, are you afraid of answering how you perceived a win by asking me how a flat Earth angle works on a flat Earth? Was that a perceived win
You're dodging
to you?
me. You're dodging this.
Is anybody in the G panel following along with his responses? I ask him how a perceived win can be taken from asking somebody how a flat Earth angle can be measured on a flat Earth, and he's asking me if I'm dodging it? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm directly addressing it. Your stupid nonsense that fails and could only work on a flat Earth. I'm not obfuscating, I'm directly addressing.
Can I get a level line of sight at any altitude?
What about your elevation angle measurement to Polaris that only works on a flat Earth?
I was trying to answer your question. Yeah.
But you just need to answer it by saying you understand that an elevation angle measurement only possible on a flat Earth definitely works on a flat Earth to conclude your question you asked.
You know, circle of equal altitude.
Sorry, you're going to go on to circles of equal elevation that would also be a flat Earth proof because they're equal elevation and not curving away. No, we're not going on to a different subject. You will concede that your question about an elevation angle measurement that's only possible on a flat Earth to Polaris would be ludicrous to be questioned about whether or not it'd be working on a flat Earth. It could only be taken from a flat Earth. That's where we're at. I just need you to concede that. Not constantly change subject, not circles of equal elevation. You and your question.
Oh. Come on, man.
Come on, what? Come on, what? I'm not going to concede that this flat Earth angle could only work on a flat Earth. I'm asking how it would work on a flat Earth, this flat Earth angle. Right?
Lily padding.
Excuse me? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you because I was talking when you decided to Fundy mute the top of what I was saying. My bad. You want to try saying it not through the top of me?
Oh, you're done. Right, so circle of equal altitude.
Sorry, no, I wasn't done. I was waiting for a concession from you about the flat Earth only elevation angle measurement to Polaris you asked about. You asked how it could work on a flat Earth, and I pointed out that it could only work on a flat Earth. You haven't conceded it. Like with Chike, we're not going anywhere until you, the fundamentalist religious zealot with a bull belief, who's asking me how a flat Earth angle that could only be measured on a flat Earth with an elevation angle measurement off a flat baseline could work on a flat Earth. I need you to concede that's a stupid question because it could only work on a flat Earth. I need you to understand that before we move on to circles of equal elevation that also only work on a flat Earth.
If anyone cares to logically assess how celestial...
Right, do you need to start appealing to my audience rather than answering about your stupid question about angles that only work on a flat Earth? You need to change the subject, do you, coward? Carly, you seem to be a coward like Chike. You can laugh about it or concede that asking me how a flat Earth angle could work on a flat Earth is stupid, Carly. Where you lost, in other words, concede your loss. Your stupid question that was failing from the outset.
This is disingenuous, Nathan.
Sorry, how is it disingenuous to point out that you asked me how a flat Earth angle can work on a flat Earth and I point out that it's a flat Earth only angle? That's disingenuous, is it, scumbag?
Flat Earth only angle?
Yes, it's an angle off a flat baseline, as I've explained to you on multiple occasions. The flat baseline, it's not a curved adjacent, it's flat. It's the ground. It's going to have ground positions on it. Polaris can be used for navigation, I explained to you. While I did, you chanted continually through me like you are doing now. Chanting through me rather than listening to how it could only be a flat Earth angle. That's right. That is what we were discussing. You just haven't conceded it.
I don't want to talk through you, you know. I just want a little more space to be able to respond to what you say. Yeah, so a horizontal, you can establish at any altitude, right? No reference to the ground.
Well, that's not curving. So establishing horizontals isn't going to be very useful for you if you've got a ground that's curving away at 8 inches per mile squared. So we're going to go into how we prove a flat Earth, are we? You're a flat Earth proving a flat Earth, right?
I'm just saying a level line of sight can be horizontal without a reference to the ground.
Is that fact when your lines of sight on a globe Earth are always bent? I'm going to go with no, because Black Swan, you don't have any straight lines of sight ever to anything on a globe. So no, I'm pretty sure that you're now chanting through me. I just prefer a clear airwaves, clear of fundamentalist religious zealots with a bull belief, chanting through the top of me, repeating what I repeated to them yesterday when I called you stupid. Because you clearly didn't understand it, you've repeated again that you've got a straight line of sight because you're fundamentally retarded and didn't listen yesterday, like you're not listening now. So, no, you don't have a line of sight. Excuse me, that would be me wanting the clear airwaves. That would be me from the idiot who thinks he needs to chant through me. The idiot. Do you want to run away, idiot? You don't seem to understand that on a globe you don't have a straight line, idiot. Did you want to blame being called an idiot and chant through me, pointing out how it's idiotic to say you've got a straight line when it's not no Atmo day on a globe, like I explained yesterday? Idiot. Now, idiot, you can chant through me, idiot, but I'm still going to be calling you an idiot because it's idiotic to say you've got a straight line of sight on a globe. You haven't. No amount of fun demuting's going to change your lack of line of sight being straight. Chant all you like. You haven't got a straight line of sight. Like I said yesterday, you idiot. Now you can run if you want. Blame me calling you an idiot. Run away. Idiot.
Hey, I don't think you're an idiot.
Stuttering, you are an idiot, stutterer. You're stuttering because you haven't got a comeback. All you've got is your idiocy, asking us how flat Earth angles work on a flat Earth, and telling us about straight lines of sight you don't have on a globe, like you did yesterday, because you're an idiot and you don't listen. Idiots can't listen, they chant when they should listen, like you're doing now, chanting, rather than listening. Rather than listening and being educated on your own idiocy, you're chanting. Through me. Oh, idiot.
I'm trying to have a
You can try and listen, idiot.
Yeah, I'm trying.
You just have to shut your mouth. You're incapable because you're an idiot.
That wouldn't make it a back and forth. Pause.
Pauses for silence. Points out that the opponent's an idiot and gets immediately chanted through. So when you tell me that I just need to pause for a gap, it's so that I can pause for a gap, start talking, and you can do the same straight through the top of me. Is that a reasonable way of back and forthing when you're pointing out that we can't get an elevation angle measurement from a flat Earth when it can only be measured by Earth being flat?
The elevation angles we see in reality, the observed phenomena, do not comport with a flat plane.
Right, what observed phenomena of an elevation angle measurement? That's not a phenomenon. We're not going to science this, you complete clown. That's not science, that's a measurement. What a clown. Doesn't seem to understand that he's in a category error when he tells us about the observed phenomena of a sextant measurement. What an idiot. You don't understand science. That's not a phenomena, you bonehead.
I know
idiot.
there's at least
You stupid fool. You complete clown. You numpty. You moron. You idiot. That's not a phenomena, you idiot. How do you like being called an idiot? Maybe blame why you now run away like a coward as I point out the idiocy of calling a measurement through a sextant a phenomena. No, it's not a phenomena. You're just an idiot, Carly. Idiot. Did you hear me, idiot? You can run away now, idiot. Blame me calling you an idiot while I demonstrate that calling a phenomena a measurement through a sextant is idiotic. That's you, the idiot.
Do you want me to go away, Nathan? Like,
I don't give a shit what you do. You've come to me, haven't you, Carly? You've come to me to prove a flat Earth and ask how you can get this measurement of a flat Earth off a flat Earth? That's what you've come here to do, because you're an idiot with a crap argument that failed and you refuse to concede. And then start telling me about straight lines of sight that you don't have on a globe? You don't have them. Told you yesterday. You're an idiot. You've also got a short memory.
So you don't believe in a straight line of sight?
You don't have one on a globe. What is it, no Atmo Day? I mean, all of your fundy religious zealots have been telling us for 3 straight years that it's always a bent line of sight, my friend. So you don't have one. 5th time. Told you yesterday. Because you're an idiot, you don't listen.
Did you even look at the drawing?
I don't need to. It's not no Atmo Day.
No, you didn't. You don't even know what I'm referring to right now.
Right, you're referring to no Atmo Day straight lines. You don't have a straight line on a globe. I have addressed this. You don't have one. I told you yesterday, idiot. Now, yesterday, apparently you ran away because you didn't like being called an idiot. I've called you an idiot 27 times and you're still here. So I'm guessing that your objection yesterday to being called an idiot was a lie. Because you are an idiot and I'm calling you one now, idiot. And you're still here. So your lie about that being an objectionable position was a lie. Because you are an idiot and I'm calling you one.
Care to address the topic?
What about you not having a straight line of sight that you detailed a moment ago when you verbally exampled a straight line of sight that I explained yesterday you don't have? What is it? No Atmo Day? Do you want to answer me? Is it no Atmo Day? That's a non-rhetorical question with a yes or no answer. Is it no Atmo Day?
Oh, wow, man.
Is it no Atmo Day? Are you scared? Are you obfuscating?
Did somebody...
Sorry, is it no Atmo Day? It's a simple yes or no question. I think this is obfuscation. Projection, maybe? Were you projecting your own obfuscation onto me? Well, you can't answer a simple yes or no question about your claim. Is it no Atmo Day for your straight line of sight? That'll be a no. It's not no Atmo Day, and you clearing your throat isn't really a very good answer to my question about your straight line of sight that you don't have, because it isn't no Atmo Day, my friend. Care to address it?
That's not a real thing. No Atmo Day is not real.
That's right. So you haven't got a straight line of sight. So according to your globe model, always bent, never straight. So your argument falls on its arse immediately.
You're not interested in having a real conversation.
Sorry, is that the rebuttal that I'm not interested? I was very interested. I listened to you ask me about a straight line of sight and pointed out that it's not no Atmo Day. You confirmed no Atmo Day is not a thing. What, so always atmosphere? Sphere-shaped air bending the light always? Well, it's definitely never straight then. That's me paying particular attention to this conversation, not being interested as you've lied about. I'm very interested, and I've annihilated your position, Carly. Like, ripped it through your own arsehole for an audience. That's what I've done. It's not me not being interested. It's me detailing hour 1 and you chanting straight through the top of me and me having to close your line because I'm still in the middle of the same sentence that you're interrupting.
You never stop talking. When do I get to respond?
When do you have something interesting to say? So far you've asked me how flat earth angles work on a flat earth. They only work on a flat earth. And then you went on to asking me about straight lines you don't have on a sphere.
Right. Circle equal altitudes on the equator.
The equator, the minimum elevation angle measurement of a flat earth to Polaris. That's a flat earth proof. Cat got your tongue?
Man.
Maybe you're not getting enough time to talk. That would be repeated by me because he didn't respond. Now I repeat it, and there's a good chance he'll start talking through the repetition that he didn't respond to in the dead air he left. Yeah, so that's a flat earth proof that you've just named, my friend. That's a minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris off a flat plane.
Look at my drawing in main chat.
Sorry, is that you not addressing the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris off a flat plane and waving a picture I haven't looked at?
Yeah, you're not looking at the picture.
I don't need to. You're detailing flat earth proof after flat earth proof with the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. It's flat earth proof.
Literally, anybody who wishes to investigate celestial navigation, they'll realize that it doesn't work on a flat plane. You just look at the picture.
Is this the guy yesterday who didn't know what the dip correction was?
Correct.
He doesn't know what a picture is.
I do know what a dip correction is, man. What the heck?
Oh, do you?
He doesn't know what a picture is, first of all. He didn't post a picture. It's a diagram. He's a retard.
So what is the baseline
Y'all are
in reference
nervous.
to? Something or
Could I have him detail?
Sorry, do you need to poison the well of my audience by telling them that we're nervous of you, that we're scared of you, that we're obfuscating you? Yeah, you're poisoning the well fallacies. Just going to get pointed out by me every time you use it. And again, like always, you attempting to chant and fundy mute me pointing out you're poisoning the well fallacy while you attempt to infer that we're somehow scared of your crap arguments. We're not scared. I'm actually calling you an idiot and giving examples of your idiocy. That's not fear, you total clown. So no, don't poison my audience by telling them that we're fearful of you. We're definitely not. Let's get that absolutely clear. That's a fallacy he's employed. It's called a poisoning the well fallacy. It won't work here.
What?
Yeah, you misconceptualize what a baseline is.
I failed to see the argument.
Hang on 1 second. Arwen, sorry. Could this guy detail the dip correction for us, please?
Yeah, it's the angular difference between eye level and the horizon line.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's a consequence of the dip correction. What is the correction for? What is being corrected for?
The difference between... I just said it. You want me to repeat myself because it just goes against what...
No. The problem for the audience's benefit was while Brian was talking, the closed line to Discord didn't allow his obfuscation of Brian's point being obfuscated by him. So the audience got to hear what Brian said, but like he's doing now, he's intentionally talking straight through what's being concluded so that he can claim that he hasn't heard it. So do you hear that? That's me opening the line while he's chanting straight through what I say. That's what he did to Brian. So it seems like he hasn't even been asked the question because he wasn't, because he talked through it.
You don't know what a baseline really...
See? And now he's going to reaffirm his poisoning the well fallacy straight through the top of it, ignoring Brian's point. So subverting Brian's point that he hasn't listened to because he chanted through it. Do you want to try again, Brian? I would suggest, given my experience, Brian, that this will take about 65 attempts with him obfuscating every attempt, like he's doing now, talking straight through the top of me, of you actually making the point to him. As long as he doesn't hear it because he talks through it, he won't have to address it.
You are unproductive as...
See, now he's telling us how unproductive we are while we point out his tactic to the audience.
Yeah, you have tactics.
Yeah,
you're unproductive. You're really bad.
No, I'm pointing out your tactics. That while Brian asked you a question, so that the question wasn't heard, you chanted through the top of it, and you're still doing it now to me while I point out the audience your tactic.
It was a waste
I'll
of
ask
time
him again, Nathan.
because of you.
You won't get a chance. He won't allow it, Brian.
Well, it'll be good for the audience
up,
to see
Brian?
him not being able to detail the dip correction and not understanding it. Because with his original claim today that flat Earth elevation angles don't work on a flat Earth. Okay, Callie, what is the correction for? You gave me a consequence of the correction. What is being corrected for? Please answer.
The height of the sextant isn't establishing a horizontal. You can get a horizontal when you establish a level line of sight.
What is the correction correcting for? I'll ask you again. What is the correction
The angle
correcting for?
between...
You don't know, did you?
Yeah, I'm asking. I said it already. The angle between eye level and the horizon.
That's incorrect. That's a consequence. I'll say it again. A consequence. It is a consequence of the dip correction if you do it that way. The point is that you don't know what the dip correction is correcting for. You think the line that goes to the horizon and then up to your eye line. You think that's the correction.
Because the height of the sextant doesn't give you an elevation angle. It just gives you the height of the sextant.
So what is the correction for? What are you correcting for?
You subtract the dip angle from the height of the sextant and you get the elevation angle.
What are you correcting for? I didn't ask you. You don't know. Listen, you haven't got a clue.
Yeah, you don't know how to do celestial navigation.
You don't know what the dip correction is. You're coming in here talking big and you don't know what you're talking about.
If anybody actually cares about celestial navigation...
But no, he's pointing out that you don't know what dip correction is, and now you're going to give us some platitude about what we don't know and appeal to the audience about what they know. No, Brian's humiliating you, and this little segue non sequitur just won't make it to the audience until you address what Brian said. I'll just let him readdress it and have you ignore it. You don't understand what dip correction's for or how it's done. It's clear.
Yeah,
That's an
he's giving the audience a consequence of the dip correction. If you do it that way, that is the consequence of the dip correction. But the correction, he doesn't know what you're correcting for. He doesn't know what that part is for. He doesn't know what it is. He just he thinks because he's a glober, because someone hoodwinked him into believing that you're just bringing the line from the eye that goes to the horizon up to the eye line. But that's not
what I
correction.
said.
That is what you said. It's the angular difference between the horizon and the eye line. That's what you said.
A level line of sight.
What's the correction? What are you correcting for?
You're establishing horizontal with the level line of sight.
I didn't ask you what you're doing.
And then the dip angle is the angular difference between the horizon and the level line of sight.
Incorrect.
Yeah. Incorrect for about the 10th time.
That's not incorrect.
Sorry, we don't need you
It's
to
totally
state.
incorrect.
We don't need you to declare that it isn't.
I don't need you to just be very wrong and interrupt me all the time. It's weird.
Oh, we got another interruption, guy.
Well,
Nathan,
do you have
educate him?
anything to cite to validate your answer? I'm sure Brian could obviously give us a citation for his. Is that possible?
So we already established he doesn't know what it is. I have a citation in Discord at 48 minutes after the hour. Are you looking at live stream?
I know Elijah gives a fuck about the truth. I just posted it.
Are you looking at live stream in Discord? I put it in there at 48 minutes after the hour. Can you focus?
Y'all all sound like you're fucking...
Don't need to tell us what we sound like. We
my
need to know
God,
if you can see the citation that's been posted by QE, as opposed to you telling the audience what we are. No, you don't need to do that. You just need to tell us whether or not you can see that citation there. And then hopefully you can read it out for us so you can understand what the dip correction is. We've told you you're wrong about. Now we've provided you citation. Can you see it or not?
He rage quit and ran.
Of course he did. Oh, well, it must have been because I was calling him an idiot.
Well, let's just go over the citation. Dip angle from Celestial Navigation, the Mariner's Handbook, International Correspondence, Schools of Scranton, PA. Oh, they're homeboys. Since the value of dip depends on what Brian was looking for, height of the eye above the surface of the sea, it is advisable always to ascertain beforehand the exact vertical distance from the waterline to the bridge or other place occupied by the observer when measuring altitudes. Due allowance should be made for any reduction or increase in this vertical distance when the ship is loaded or light, or when it has a considerable list to either side. End of citation.
How many times did it say the word horizon?
None.
Sorry, did you say none?
Yes.
Zero. It had a zero reference when detailing height of eye correction to the. It didn't mention it once. Sorry, where's the guy who ran away? Oh, my bad. It's we don't know anything about celestial navigation while we're trying to point out how wrong he is, and then he runs away like an abject coward. No, my friend, we just read out a citation in terms of height of eye correction. It's the height above the surface of the sea. It didn't mention horizon once. You mentioned it multiple times because you are, what's that word? Idiot!
Yeah, you're trying to say it's an angle, but all it's doing is the height of eye. It just adjusts your, your first elevation angle. That's all it does. Brings you down to sea level for your apparent altitude. Then after that, you'll do your refraction, and you get true altitude. These guys are fucking retards.
Well, they don't want to admit that they're
like
looking
him
at the horizon. They're running from the fact that it's the ground and the surface. That's why he's saying apparent horizon. So there's some distance above the actual horizon that he's claiming that he's looking at and establishing horizontal off of that. And if that's true, then he needs a secondary dip to correct for it on that end, just like he does for the height of the sextant or observer, whatever you want to call it. But he's going to run from that correlation of the surface is what you're standing on, and that is extended out to the horizon that you're looking at.
And he hasn't got a straight line to it.
Yeah.
I mean, for some reason, we managed to get our way. I wasn't going to let him pass that. I mean, fair enough, Brian. You do want to have this, hence I let you. But I wasn't going to let him go there. No! What straight line? Do you think we're going to let you get past it? 3 straight years of being told that we've got atmosphere bending every line always. Well, that's it. That's the end of your argument. Think I'm going to get back into the wrangle-dangle about dip correction when you haven't got a straight line? Absolutely not. Brian, can.
That's Brian. That's Brian's agenda. He's always got to shift at the dip angle, correct? That's just what he does, right? You got to cut him some slack. It kills them, but he could be killed a lot earlier.
Yeah, see, I would go. I would just go straight. QB is 100% correct. I just straight to dip correction, because as soon as he details dip correction correctly, if he can, most of them, and I mean most of them can't. They actually don't understand that dip correction is the height of I above the water underneath the boat. They don't understand that. So, but as soon as they detail that correctly, then logically, there's no way that the horizon that they've just tried to beg the question with can have anything to do with a globe. Now, their horizon won't work anyway because it's constantly refracted. So you won't.
You can't have you can't have it. That you can't have. It's constantly a married bachelor. I'm sorry, you can't do that.
Exactly. Why do you think we asked Ruhif how his geometric horizons working out? With this exact argument. This is the point that Brian and Adam, for that matter, were going back and forth with Ruhif for what, best part of a year. And all I do is take the piss out of him. How's that geometric horizon working out for you? Why do you think I say that? Well, because he hasn't got a straight line to anything ever. Yeah, it didn't sink in 3 years ago when QE told them all. You realise you're annihilating your own claim with this claim of refraction in rebuttal. This destroys everything you will ever claim from here forward. Yeah, well, I'm going to make damn sure they know about it from here forward when they need a straight line or an angle. You haven't got one. What, you think we need to move on with how you do dip? No, you haven't got a straight line. So that is the end of your argument, always. And it's never going to go past that point for me, ever.
Well, I would be a bit different about that than what you said, Nathan. Because within their model, the claim is not. See, they all thought the claim was that the line of sight is bending. That's only after you've brought the scenario, let's say orthographically in a diagram, back to a geometric globe. In their model, because their horizon is claimed to always be refracted at some rate over 6R, that it's not the line of sight that's bending, it's the globe Earth that's unbending to give you a straight line of sight to a target that would have been and should be well behind a geometric horizon. So when they bring up over 6R, they think that, like for years, they thought that meant that the line of sight was bending over the curve. That's a diagram that when you bring it back to a geometric globe, the line looks like it's bending. In reality,
the overcome, according to you, Brian, you're legitimizing the fact that 7/6R is exactly as described. It's unbending the radial value. It's making it bigger. That's what it's doing, isn't it? Unbending Earth.
Yes.
Making it less curvy, right? Not bending out any light through any air. Well, we can't have it both ways, Brian. You know, that's where that type of response is what we would be saying to them. No, 7/6R is a derivative of an R value. It's got sod all to do with anything to do with light bending. It's merely a derivative R value, right? And you've rephrased it correctly. So you're unbending Earth, not bending light. Yeah, but that's not a rebuttal for them to say, no, well, in geometric principles, when we're looking at the horizon to get an angle, our globe Earth only unbends the Earth, therefore I've still got a straight line. That's your perceived response to this.
Well, yeah, because they have to. The reason they have to do that is because people do, in reality, see in straight lines. So when you can see an object in a straight line from the shore that mathematically should be well hidden by their Earth curve, they had to unbend their globe so you could see that.
Yeah, but they're calling
and that's what it is. It's
they're
always
calling
about the
that
distance.
terrestrial refraction. They're calling it and labeling it and assigning it to the effect of the light reaching your eye by way of a bent line. That's what's being described. Now, while the mathematics of the Earth curve calculator just derives something from the R value at 7/6 of the rate of it, doesn't mean that that is what they are claiming is happening in reality when they transpose it onto reality. That is, and it's in the name, refraction. They're claiming it's the bending of the light. I know what the maths does, but that's our overcome, not their rebuttal.
Yeah, but what they call refraction is a mathematical geometric change. It's not anything to do with atmosphere, their atmosphere or temperature.
Yeah, but that's our line.
Yeah,
but that's our line, not their rebuttal.
Yeah, but this is the point. They don't know their own model, and they haven't done. And when they argued with me when I showed it. Go on, QE, you want to say something?
Yeah, I did, because that's what I was first going to say when we started this discussion. Brian is assigning them a model, which most of them think is actually true. So Brian can argue with them within their horseshit. So Brian can have a good time.
Eat your heart out, Anthony
I'm
Riley.
selfish like that. I am.
Eat your heart out, Sleeping Warrior.
Yeah, but I allow them the mathematical globe, geometric globe, not measured globe, but only mathematical. And then I go straight to their over 6-hour claims. Because, for instance, the Polaris. No, your latitude with Polaris fit the globe. Not if you have a constantly, never mind the angle issue, right? Someone is off mute there. Never mind the angle issue, right, that they can't use. Their horizon is constantly refracted. So besides having to know the distance to your horizon, right, on a globe at that very minute, if you have a refracted horizon, you're not going to get your correct latitude, because latitude for them involves no atmo day. For them using Polaris and latitude, they need a geometric horizon, because they have to back engineer, right, flat Earth, which elevation angle measurements to Polaris, which use mean sea level.
Yeah,
and the
I
sea
get all that.
horizon.
But what you're doing and what QE's pointing out to is you're giving it them and then showing how the one that you've given them, which is their geometric horizon in their model, I'm not denying that it is, you're not straw manning them. It is their claim. But when you give it them back after we've already debunked it, so that you can say that doesn't work with the dip in reality when it's just a height above the sea level. It's not an angle to the geometric horizon I've just given you back based on the unstretching of a globe Earth. It's not the light bending, it's the globe Earth unstretching. You're giving them all that.
No, I'm not giving them the geometric horizon. They never get that back.
But you give them everything else. You give them the R value.
No, because I'm working off of over 6-hour claims. I'm working off which
I get
is,
that.
Brian's an enabler.
One sec, Huey. One sec.
Enabling.
Just 1 sec. I'm not decrying what you're doing, right? It frustrated me with Sleeping Warrior when he did it, because the message at the time was, we don't beg the question here. Now, I very rarely say that. I mean, it's not like someone's going to trim out an old clip of me saying it in the last 2 weeks and say, hang on, I thought the standard was you don't get to beg the question. Is Brian begging the question, and is QE with his modus tollens? What's going on? It's like, well, obviously there's an exception to every rule. But back when I was trying to detail the fact that you just have to accept that they're begging the question from the outset, the entire thing is assumed from the very first thing they do. If you're trying to make that point and then next breath is, well, if the Earth's a ball from Anthony, it kind of ruins the point. Well, now that we're well beyond that, it's perfectly acceptable for you to sharpen our knowledge with how the dip correction doesn't and cannot work on a sphere when they're in that paradigm. But to get them there to make your point, you have actually kind of got to give it them. And, I'm not trying to argue with you. That's just how it's got to be. I know that, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do it or refine your argument in the way you are. It's good, just so you know.
Well, what I wouldn't consider what I'm doing is begging the question, because I'm just using their mathematical metabunk model. Right?
You're just an enabler, man. You're a ball-hard enabler.
Enabling. I go with enabling. I won't go as far as begging the question.
You're begging the question. That's what it is. That's what it is. You're doing it on their behalf. You're begging the question for them. You don't have to like it, Brian. That is what you're doing.
But I always know that low better than them. Sorry, Nathan.
No problem. Nathan, last 2 slides of Masterbeat. Can you refer to them?
What, are they depicting Brian as a ball-tard enabler?
No.
And you're off topic.
The Irish get a pass.
Okay, got the first one with a curve to Jason and right angle to a baseline.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah, the figure 2, the angle measured with the sextant, is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you. That would be the navigator, the celestial body, and its geographical position on Earth. my gosh, the GP of the sun and the GP of the observer formed a right angle triangle. Next slide. It can't work on a ball. That's why it's always the sextant from hell, the equatorial plane. So when this guy came on today, it didn't matter how much he wanted to wordsmith his nonsense. Bottom line question is, in the books, where's the angle and the vertex origin? Center of Earth, where you have a plane, an equatorial plane, where you get a right angle, never from the surface.
Can we get back to Brian being a ball-tard enabler?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I think because what I do, and I will comment on that in a minute, because there's something I want to say. But what I do is I take their model and I show it to them and use it again.
Wait a second. Stop. You take their model. Can you show that?
No.
I can't. but I think
it doesn't have to exist in order for you to be able to show somebody.
Yeah. I can't show you their model, but I take claims that are connected to what their model is, whatever it is.
Oh! You abide by the presuppositions. That's
You're just
what it
being
actually
mean. Look, if Brian wants to beg the question and enable ball-tards, let him.
I will go with enabler. I'm not begging the question. Anthony begs the question.
I can't let that slide. You absolutely are. Hold on, I can't let that slide. You absolutely are begging the question. When you say, I'm just taking their model. What? Taking their model? That's begging the question. That's what it is. That's why me and QE laughed out loud when he said it last time. It's absolutely begging the question on their behalf, whether you like it or not. In the same way Modus Tollens is. Right? In other words, right, let me just try it differently,
much
Brian.
better at it than Anthony.
Let me try it differently.
He's an Irish Anthony.
Hold on. Let me just try it differently. You know when they told QE that Modus Tollens, the if P statement, was a straw man, and we laughed our tits off because that's their claim being offered up by QE on their behalf. Well, you're doing the same. You're begging the question of a sphere in the first instance to explain how it doesn't work with dip correction. But you can't just say, I'm just enabling them to beg the question. If you're the one saying, if Earth's a sphere, that is you begging the question on their behalf.
Okay. I'll accept. Okay, I concede. I am begging the question.
We don't beg the question here, Irish.
Better than Anthony does it. I'm doing it better than Anthony does it because I've been told the same things by the ballers when I make videos about their model. Sorry, the model I can't show.
Oh, they tell you it's a straw man?
Yes.
Unbelievable.
They're saying you're straw manning us. That's not how it works. When I show them and I show visual moving diagrams of what they have to claim. And then they call them straw manning.
Isn't it nuts? Well, like Chike earlier, I'm not talking about baseline. This is a specific baseline-based debate. You know what I mean? And when you offer up their claim to show it don't work, well, you're straw manning us. What do you mean if Earth's a sphere radius 3959? Nobody's claiming that. It's straw man. Just like, what?
I got a correspondence.
Why interrupting me? Sorry.
Go on, Brian.
I got a correspondence off Glenn last night, Ruhif.
How's that geometric horizon working out for you, Ruhif? Go ahead.
Yeah, he was attacking you, Nathan. He won't mind me because he knows he wants me to say this. He sent me the the refraction table from the almanac. He said, just listening to yesterday's show, Nathan's saying an angle is two straight lines, but you can't get a straight line of sight on a ball. Is he saying that lines of sight on flat Earth are straight? What is it? No Atmo day with laughing face. What's the story with the refraction correction table in the almanac? Do you accept that the line of sight to the star is bent by refraction?
He thinks that atmosphere, sphere-shaped air oxymoron is something that I have to comport to. No.
Well, he used the word atmo, not atmosphere. So I think he's equivocating that he thinks because there is going to be refraction, and he's pre-assuming there's going to be refraction, So on a flat Earth, the line has to be bent by the refraction, because he's thinking of refraction as always bending the line down, if you understand.
All right, I see.
What
you see,
he
for us,
really thinks.
For us, we
Go
would
ahead.
apply principles that apply in reality that you can demonstrate, like Snell's law, right? Now, if you're going to detail light deviating from straight because it traverses a different medium, your atmospheric assumption gives you different gradients of the same medium to blag that you can have an effect like Snell's law when it's actually 7/6 of a radius. That doesn't mean that when we look out at anything ever, that suddenly I have to apply Snell's law because the light's going to traverse two different mediums. It doesn't. So absolutely I assume that the light is travelling straight, like it's dealt with by everyone always in practical application. But meanwhile, you've got bent lines through atmosphere always because it's not no atmo day for you, as you told us for the last three straight years. That means that you haven't got any straight lines, Ruhif. That's not my problem. It's not like I've suddenly got atmosphere to contend with. No. People do deal with lines that are straight. Other than you, when we point the black swan out to you, then you tell us that, what, is it no atmo day? Yeah, that's your rebuttal to us. Not my problem. Yours.
Well, what he's doing is he thinks that the refraction that is in the almanac, that is in celestial navigation, because this is what they all have to do, is they pre-assume that that's over 6R. They don't realize that that's celestial. Well, they try to equivocate between the two and hijack it basically. So
Who are the people who tiled it? I don't assume that that's refraction. I
don't either.
I assume that the effect is the stars slow down as they reach the horizon. The rate that they are reaching the horizon decreases. That's a decrease in rate. Atmo what? Refraction what? What are they talking about? The stars slow down as they reach the horizon. That's what's actually happening. Why it's called atmosphere in the almanac, I don't know. That's not what they're dealing with. They're dealing with the lights that they're looking at slowing down as they reach the horizon. That's it. Atmosphere. Refraction? No.
Well, I think that they've done a pretty good job at keeping us away from them getting to the point where they have to affirm the consequent. The only one that wasn't successful in that is straight head Bob, because he actually pointed out that the stars, are so far away that it doesn't matter where you are. I can't remember exactly because I'm trying to remember his diagram, but it's like
parallel hypotenuse.
Are you talking about Bob's Hall?
Yeah.
Yeah, the horror value.
Because that's where the guy today was trying to get to, Callie, because he's basically reversing the burden of proof by trying to ask us, well, when you create a horizontal in the air, how do you think you can do that? Why doesn't the angles to the stars change the higher up you go? Is what he's trying to get to.
I don't know. I don't care either. Was I making a claim about it? Does it matter? I mean, it's sometimes I get the impression that these people want to debate with the process of celestial navigation. Because it's not Nathan's celestial navigation. It's not Nathan's assumption that we use straight lines. It's the process of celestial navigation, saving lives. That's what it is. It's not me. It's not requirement of me to justify the straight lines that are used. It's him to justify, after 3 years of telling us they haven't got any, to get one when he can't. Ruhif, that is. Right? Hence me asking, how's that geometric horizon working out for you? Maybe I need to remind you that there's this argument where you all told us that you got bent lines to everything always. Did you forget Black Swan? You telling us how the lines are always bent and how buggered that leaves you. Yeah, I think you have forgotten, eh, Rufy? Oh, well, there you go. I just reminded you of why we ask you for your geometric horizon you can never get a straight line to, ever, in any circumstances. And how that really isn't a problem for me. And it especially isn't a problem for a process called celestial navigation that is applied in practical terms. Unlike your bent line in atmosphere that only exists in some model that we have to reify on your behalf in order to argue about. Bloody Brian.
Can Eli repeat what you just said, please? What they say?
Yeah. So it's like they believe that because you create a horizontal in the air, that it's not related to the ground in any way, basically.
Okay. Well, that's a concession. That's a total concession because, well, all right, go on and then I'll go.
No, well, I thought you were going to go in a direction. Why are we taking it up in the air? So we went from a mariner sextant where we're trying to find our position out on the ground. Now we're in the air, and that's why they have the ball.
Yeah. Tenth's about to launch into the fact that they're acquiring a dingleberry Earth with a tangent plane by having a Bob's Haw straight line horizon out. That they're establishing. Okay, but Tenth is saying that that's a concession because the ground positions aren't on the ground anymore. It's out in the air, so that's a concession.
It's worse. It's worse than that.
It demonstrates a lack of understanding, doesn't it? And demonstrates you're not doing celestial navigation. If the things aren't related to a GP, then all you're doing is taking an elevation angle. If you want to take an elevation angle off a plumb and describe it from that plumb, that's absolutely fine for the elevation angle. If you want to do celestial navigation, everything is based on that baseline, that ground position, that flat baseline, that all the calculations, angles, and circles of equal altitudes are based and worked from. If you don't want to do it on the ground, you're not doing celestial navigation.
Thank you. Nathan, 4 slides in Master B just loaded with the figure 1-2 being the first.
Okay.
All right. What's the purpose for height of eye, which is dip correction, and refraction, which is temperature, water, and air affecting the star at low altitudes? What's the purpose?
That's not refraction.
That's celestial, not terrestrial. That's just air.
Not celestial refraction either. But
I know it's not in a different medium in the sense like a straw in a cup of water. I get you. But let me just go with what the purpose is for, is to get a correct altitude to establish a right angle, because it all must coincide with the celestial horizon. That's where everything emanates from. So no matter what the corrections are, they're all flat Earth corrections, because you need to match and coincide everything with the celestial horizon. Look at this image. You've got observer's eyeball above the ground with a bubble sextant establishing a horizontal with a spirit level. That matches the celestial horizon. Then you got this thing called the geoidal horizon, which is a tangent plane on top of a dingleberry, which is surplus to requirement. Well, that establishes it coincides with the celestial horizon, where you see a 90-degree box. But that dingleberry surplus to requirement, what's that doing there? Next slide. In the inertial navigation systems, it's also referencing that level plane, not anything to do with the surface. Next slide. In a bubble sextant, well, that looks like it will coincide with the plane at the equator. Sure. But guess what? There is no dip correction when you use a bubble sextant, which is an axe to the head of blowers.
Yep.
Because guess what? You're just saying it's already horizontal to form the right angle that you need. And then this next slide, where does it emanate from? The plane of the horizon all the way to the celestial sphere where the stars are. It's a flat plane. You need a right angle. All the corrections, whether they say refraction or dip or whatever, to form a right angle so you can subtract from 90. Where's that from the surface of a globe? Never there.
You want to make a point, Brian?
It's worse than that.
Yeah, it's worse than that.
It's worse than that.
Yeah, because they have to claim, right, incorrectly, that when there's a guy in a boat at the equator, that Polaris is at 0 because he is at the point where their geometric horizon that doesn't exist is just about to completely block Polaris. But a person in an airplane 6 miles above that person flying directly over the equator will also have a 0 degrees to Polaris. So how does see what I'm saying? You
yeah, the
can't.
altitude. It's one of those things that I never forget Adam saying it. It's one of those things that we can't explain. It's just how the majesty of the heavens present themselves to us. You can take the same elevation angle measurement to that star from the ground and from 30,000 feet, 40,000 feet. Doesn't make any difference. You still get the exact same angle. Why? I have no idea. It definitely won't work on a sphere, and it definitely needs parallel plane with the surface in order to do it at altitude. In other words, back to your diagram, I'll just bring the previous one up. When you're doing it with a bubble sextant because you're on an aeroplane, it works with the exact same angle, but no corrections needed. Why? Well, because the ground position's still going to be below the line that you put it on in the air, this line. So with the sextant lined up with the bubble, that's supposed to be detailing him taking the measurement from a plane, although he's given it where he's standing. I don't think he is actually on a plane. But the point is that when he lines up this bubble, the ground position that he's measuring will be directly below the measurement point because the ground's parallel with the line that he's made. So therefore, you don't need to make any adjustment. But if the stars were in somehow or some way physical, as described in the heliocentric model, then you'd have an adjustment. Now, they try and get around that by saying they're an infinite distance away when you're doing celestial navigation, and a set distance set by Kepler and Huygens when they describe it in heliocentric terms. But ultimately speaking, this effect of not having any alteration in the angle that you measure to the star, it's still above the same ground position with the same angle at any altitude, is merely what was it? How did you describe it, Adam? Something about the majesty of the heavens or something like that. It was really eloquent. I just can't remember exactly what you said. Well, thank you for that. I'm glad you.
I remember him saying the majesty of the heavens. That's how he described it. He's probably
He did. But let me not. The simplicity of this is still escaping possibly some. Probably not you guys on the panel, but just look at that image. That first one of the last four, Nathan, the one figure 1-2. Just look at that image. Tell me when it's up for the audience.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Everything, all the corrections in the sextant, the nautical almanac, everything is done so that it can reference the celestial horizon. Now that is a horizontal straight 180 line. So guess what? That needs to be curved if we live on the globe because everything must match that. That's all the corrections are for. This is why just this picture destroys them. All the corrections for any reason is so that wherever you are on the surface or in the air above the surface with the spirit level must match that celestial horizon. Well, is that look curved to you? No. So we can't be living on the ball because it's not referencing curved.
No, but they beg the question then.
I don't care what they do. This is how it works.
Yeah, but that's why I stay away from. That's why I go straight to the marine sextant and dip correction. I don't go near any of that.
Oh, okay. But this is representing the dip correction. I just said it. All the corrections are to make it coincide with the celestial horizon. Straight. It just get there quicker. It must match that celestial equator horizon. Does that look curved?
No, but that's not the point. The point is that you're begging the question with them.
I'm not making any question.
No, he's not. Right.
Ryan's charging 10th with letting him back in the question.
Yeah, he's not. When he describes the celestial horizon, right, that's a flat plane with the celestial dome over you in your position on a flat plane. But that doesn't necessarily include the globe Earth at all. You can detail the celestial horizon with a flat plane and the celestial sphere. Model. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, but my point is that with dip correction, they can't go to bubble sextants, they can't go to artificial horizons. With the dip correction, they must reference the surface of the Earth. And for them to get their angle before, right, to bring to the center of their globe, that will just be a hijack of the celestial dome model. For them to even do that, they've got to reference the dip correction, which proves Earth has to be horizontal, has to have a horizontal baseline.
But that's
And
what I'm saying.
That's why they don't. That's why don't let them past that point.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying no matter if it's the Mariner sextant, where it's the surface of Earth that you're using, or a spirit level, or the center of Earth with the equatorial plane, all those three must coincide. They're all straight lines.
You're right. You both are right. Listen, can I, before you close out, I don't know when you're going to close out. I want to shout out somebody that's doing yeoman's work. We have Divergent Droid when we're on your live stream, Nathan, and mine, doing all, the back office stuff. He's always posting links and everything to what we're talking about. We have another person in here doing that same thing for us. As soon as 10th posts anything in Skype, it's all of a sudden immediately in Discord. And if anyone posts anything in Discord, it's all of a sudden immediately for us to view in Master B. And that person that's doing that behind the scenes is a bee with a buzz. So we need a shout out for this, whoever this is, because it's going above and beyond the call to me. So I just want to recognize him. If you were here, I'd decorate you myself.
Bravo, but I'd like to know how a bee drank an IPA.
A bee with the slight non-medically induced high, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, bee with a buzz. You're fantastic, mate. Absolutely. You're a testament to how good the community is.
We just want to recognize
him.
Again?
Yeah, he's excellent.
Yeah, we've got loads. We've got so many people in our community that are like that. This community, not Flat Earth. Right, on that note, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Once again, thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!